Okay. Okay. Also, why the fuck? When did this? When were you? Come here. No, I want the source. Give me the source of the camera. Hello? Great. That's just great. I can't. No, it follows. That's like slightly off centered and I can't fix it, and that's annoying me. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. This feels just so weird. This feels so weird and inferior right now. This is just I just don't like it. I'm not a fan of it and do not like it. But we are here. We are day. Bitrate is lower than recommended bitrate. We're going to use an audio stream bitrate of 128. What does that even mean? I don't even know what the fuck that means, bro. What are you talking about? An audio bitrate of something? Okay, whatever. I'll just. Alright, whatever. We're here. Nobody's probably here, but we're here. Day 463. I'm gonna eat some food. Then we're gonna play some games. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see how the night takes us.
They're here.
TTV Gilbert.
Neuralink is here. Welcome back.
Yeah, how you guys doing?
Good. I've got Brad upstairs. Let's start upstairs, then he can give feedback
Yeah.
with
so,
in the bed setting.
They finally found somebody
Brad,
to put
I'm
the
gonna
things
move you
in.
back, and do you want me to put the curtain up so you have less of that light? I'm gonna get rid of this. Yeah.
So right now, for Brad to communicate, he uses eye gaze. So that means he looks at the computer. There's a tracker that uses infrared to bounce a signal off the back of his retina and back. So he can look at a specific spot, and if he looks long enough, then it clicks. So he can look there and click.
Hi, my name is Bradford Smith. I usually go by Brad. I also answer to, hey, you
Bradford
cripple,
Smith.
and I have been called much worse things. I have been living with ALS for 6 years now.
It seems like he's having a hard time calibrating right now, so.
ALS stands for amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. It
Oh,
is a
shit.
fatal neurodegenerative disease that affects the nerve cells that control voluntary muscles. I am so excited for the implant because I hope to control the computer without my eyes. I want to
Oh,
move
damn.
my cursor without looking at it constantly. I want to click and drag. I want to scroll and read at the same time. Do you know how hard those simple things are with eye gaze? I hope you never have to find out. And, if
Oh, that's
Neuralink
depressing.
succeeds, maybe nobody will have to learn that again. I am honored to be a part of this mission.
So we basically, the way we think the BCI team in Neuralink, we are your pit crew. You'll be on the wheels to drive the BCI, and we're all here to support you. This is the team, and they basically work on trying to make sense of the neural data we record from your brain, and to translate it to something useful for you. Either moving the cursor on the screen to click, maybe handwriting, or even playing games on a gaming console.
Damn, we can play video games
I
with
am
this shit?
so
Okay,
excited
bet.
for Neuralink because we're going to be able to go outside. We live in sunny Arizona, but he can control the eye gaze better if he's in a place that doesn't have changes in lighting. And so we keep everything pretty dark. So we close all the blinds and the windows.
Damn, that's
There's
depressing.
a lot of sun a lot of the day. And
Well, yeah, it's
he's
fucking
without
Arizona, lady.
communication if we go
You know
outside
shit.
because it's just too bright to be able to control it. So he misses out on a lot of things because it's really uncomfortable to go to, say, the kid's soccer game or go over to the pool and watch him swim, because if he needs help, he can't communicate that in any way. Brad and I have 3 kids. Lincoln is our oldest. He is 12 now. Edison is our number 2, and he's 9. And Abigail is our youngest, and she's 7 now.
Hello, welcome
Hi.
to the crazy house.
Hi.
Hi, Abigail. What you got there? You got a lot of candy from Trick or Treat? So Elon was hoping to FaceTime Brad and the family in 2 minutes.
In 2 minutes.
Yeah.
This is the thing.
Getting a FaceTime from Schmiel on Schmusk. Kind of crazy.
Oh, hey, Elon.
Oh, how are you today?
Hey, I want to introduce you
Hello
to
there.
Brad and his family.
Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Thanks for taking the time to say hi to us. We're super excited about tomorrow.
I hope this is a game changer for you and your family.
I am so excited to get this in my head and stop using my gaze.
Sounds good. This could really be a really big difference. I don't know if you guys play video games with your dad and you know, otherwise have some good times, you know?
Yep, they are excited for that potential to spend more time playing video games with Dad. So, thank you so much.
You down to play some video games with Dad?
Since my side, he'll get there. he's out now.
Family time's important.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So we'll
Oh, yeah,
catch up after
totally.
the and North Malcolm.
Okay, awesome. We're excited to work with the whole team.
I'm being repressed!
Not for long, not for long.
All right, nice to meet you.
Okay, you too. Bye.
Hi, World's Richest Man.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Jay.
So this is the implant that we call N1 implant. It has these really flexible, thin wires, tiny wires that are called threads. Each of these are about 1/5 of a human hair, so you can actually even touch them if you want. Obviously, even though we have a very talented surgeons, it's going to be impossible for them to hand maneuver them. Right? So we built an entire robot.
It's just really hard.
Lincoln, you can work for DJ.
Hey, we do constantly look for young talents. So
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
for.
I mean, somebody's got to try this shit out, I guess. Only one way to find out if it works. It's like a week after surgery. I am feeling great. I no longer have to use the eye tracker.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you? Hey,
Doing
Brad.
good.
Oh, wow.
Looks fantastic.
Looking awesome, Brad. How are you today?
So it looks like a plastic surgeon did the surgery because it's just so nice.
Yeah, this is looking great. We'll take the rest of the staples out.
I knew it was going to be a whirlwind, more or less.
We went from having Neuralink at our home, working with Brad
How's it going, Brad? Good to see you today.
a few hours in the morning and then again a few hours in the afternoon, every day.
So the very first Imagine motion we'll try is similar to driving a car stick shift. So you'll be imagining your left hand performing these actions.
The Neuralink is put in the motor cortex. Most everybody uses their hand to control a cursor, so they're trying to link up intended hand motions to control the cursor.
I would recommend
What the
that the next
fuck?
time you try that you imagine holding your hand almost over a ball.
The Neuralink crew is great. In and out. Oh, you got it. We're just trying to learn what we need to learn, and they keep saying it's a marathon, not a sprint.
That is true. That is true.
Wow. A work of art on that downstroke, yeah.
He's
It's just interesting to watch. In my head, it's like, oh, he's controlling it with his eyes, because that's how he's done everything for the last 4 years. He's doing this, but it's not with his eyes, and this is like amazing what
head.
this could become.
Give me head, ho.
Hey, Brad. Good morning, Brad. This is Sahaj here from Neuralink. So yeah, the plan today is we wanted to play around with the chat app. We just added a
Who the
couple
fuck
new
is drilling
features.
in the background?
Most recently,
Dave, stop drilling.
we're working on the chat app.
All right, let me go ahead. Oops, sorry about that. That's my fault.
That listens to what the other person has to say, and then it uses AI to come up with a response based on the context of the conversation.
It disappears too fast.
Yeah, I think when someone says something too, it kind of regenerates the prompts as well.
Yeah, totally. We want to tune that a bit more.
If Sammy were here, we'd already have this solved.
That's a lie.
I'm definitely happy to have anything to keep me in the conversation. We are working together to make it better. My problem is that I enjoy the ridiculous answers it gives me.
We did like a...
Sorry, I'm being a bit of a jerk. I'll tone it down. But seriously, folks, I have spent years
A
trying
bit of a
to decide
TTV
what
jerk.
to say in a conversation.
Also, the next thing we can do is set up some custom tones.
Yo, what is up,
And from
TTV
there, we
Pizza?
can update
Content
to
for
a
this
version
channel
of
has
the
been
chat app
Bill
that lets
moved
you
at the Bill
actually,
Quest of the Copy
set
Bill
the
Builder.
tones.
Just recently,
They
in the
spleen my
last couple of
splon,
days,
though.
they
They spleen
played with
my
it and
fucking
tweaked it so
splon.
that they can change the intonation quite a bit and say it in a serious tone or
We got
a
billed.
joking tone
We got
or
royally
an
fucking
angry
billed.
tone.
Let me know if there's anything else you
But
need.
technically, in like 30, 40 minutes, it'll be like 24
Yeah.
hours already.
So
then we just
had
do that one more
recordings of his
time,
voice, and we were able
and then by
to
like what, Friday?
recreate
Friday we'll be
digital-
back on
digital
Twitch.
AI voice. That's been really
We
fun.
got to. It happened at like 1 something in
It
the
is
morning
actually
last
weird
night,
to hear
so
my voice
it's almost
after
1 something in the
years of
morning
not hearing
again.
it.
So
I've been
24
working
hours
with
left.
11 Labs to do the voice work. I recorded myself reading some things on my phone years
Feels
ago.
weird being over here, Bill. Not gonna
The
lie, it
recordings
feels
were
weird.
enough to make a pretty good copy
Feels
of my
weird,
voice.
and all I'll say is I'm just
I always
glad
hated to hear my
we're
voice
still
on
here for day
recordings, but I don't mind it
463, and the
now.
record isn't ruined.
It
It's day
also makes my friends
463.
and family
And
really
you know
happy
what?
to hear my
It's
voice
silver
again.
lining. At least for a solid 48 hours, we'll know most definitely that the sub 3 viewer average will not, will know that if anything, that 48 hours will definitely help nuke the average. So that way, nobody fucks up my sub 3 viewer average before day 500. So we're almost there. Father Twitch, forgive Bill for his sin. Yeah, no, it's actually crazy. I've been finding out more and more cases of people being banned for far less or not being banned at all for far worse. Greatest one I found so far, Brogan saying that she hopes military people get PTSD, and then the next day says based. I'm sorry, what about the thing in like TOS about like don't wish harm on people, and then you have some other shoddy. She's like, yeah, I'm gonna put a $30,000 bounty on fucking Asmongold's head. $30,000, and then you get some bitch to show her titties, and then you win. But little old Bill watch a little bit too much goddamn Impractical Jokers in 48 hours? 48 hours? The fuck? 48 hours. Fuck Warner Brothers. Fuck both those brothers, honestly. Fuck Warner. Fuck the brothers. I don't have anything good to say about them. They make me feel bad, and now I'm here. So I honestly thought this would have happened after we got affiliated and after we actually had some motion. We're still underground, Bill. Nobody knows us. How the fuck did we get sniped? We've been doing the same shit for 460 days. But yesterday's the day we get in trouble. Yesterday's the one like, oh, watch out, shit sauce. And not even a warning. Not even a warning. A straight up suspension. 48 hours. What the fuck, Bill? That's actually insane. You have people out here breaking TOS way harder, getting like 24-hour bans. Or not even getting banned or warned at all. So like, what the fuck? I guess Papa Content, that fucking, they're like, oh, don't mess with the copyright. Papa Copyright, he'll get your ass. Like, what the fuck, bro? It's not like we get paid from Twitch. It's not like there's any kind, like, what the fuck? Absolutely spleen to my splong. Actually, Twitch is pissed and subtracts 1 from the average count. Good, I'll take that. They'll put me at a 1, an average 1, 1 and some change. They're like, this guy's having too much fun. Abort. It's fudged up. Yeah, exactly. At least YouTube gave us a warning, which was nice. I mean, we had a warning in January, because we do copyrighted shit. We had a warning in January, and I was like, okay. And then I didn't do anything, and then we didn't stream till now. So you have like 90 days between each warning or whatever the fuck. So we had a 90-day warning, expired in like March or April. Then we hop on stream last night in May. Then we get copyright from Mr. Pickles, and now we have a 90-day warning from now until August. But realistically, by the time we get back on Twitch, I probably won't be tapping into the YouTube streams until after that 90-day period, because I'm only going to be on Twitch after we upgrade the streaming PC and the streaming setup, so I'll be on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So, I mean, YouTube's more on ass about copyright, but at least they gave your boy a warning, okay? At least they gave your boy a warning, because technically what I had what I had done, the crimes that I had committed was the same on both platforms. I watched content from a third party that I didn't own the rights to. But YouTube was like, hey bud, hey shit sauce, don't be doing that now. Stop doing that. Here's a warning, young man. Meanwhile, fucking Twitch is over here like, oh, you're doing copyright? Let me get in there. It's like, god damn it, bro. What the fuck? What the fuck? Mr. Pickles is not on YouTube. It is not. And see, that's the fun game that we're going to play now, is that basically it's either YouTube or Amazon Prime. That's basically it. And I think even with Prime, it'd have to be like a Prime original, because the whole problem is you're uploading content that's from that's owned by a third party or whatever, but then if Twitch is owned by Amazon and then you're watching a show that's by Amazon, and like from all the things that I've heard from people that are affiliated and partnered, they're like, yeah, you can watch Amazon Prime shit, just don't be watching other shit, which is bullshit, because I've seen channels that are huge, like Pay Money Wubby, with fucking 30,000 people in chat, and this motherfucker's watching 90 Day Fiance. Garen fucking T, that's not on Amazon. Garen fucking T, that's not on goddamn YouTube. But no, that's fine. Yeah, some dickneck streaming to 30,000 people, that's fine. But this asshole streaming to like 2 people, oh, that's too far. That's 2 people too much, shit sauce. Watch out, people might actually start watching your streams. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck? I wanted to watch more movies. There was a whole list of movies I wanted to watch. Now I just don't know what to do. It's like, watch YouTube stuff and play video games. But it just sucks because now, like, I wanted to watch other stuff. I wanted to watch The Sopranos on stream. Definitely not doing that. You know, I wanted to watch all kinds of stuff. Wanted to watch Breaking Bad. Not doing that. Wanted to watch Lord of the Rings. Definitely not doing that. I just don't understand how. How and why now? And even previously, I had been watching Impractical Jokers for a fat minute. So why just now, late as fuck, early in the morning, 48-hour ban? Bonk, bonk. And then I don't know, I'm locked out. My account doesn't exist right now, so it's not like I can even go into my account to see in the back end. So for all I know, I could log into my account and have like no VODs or anything, or it might just be that one VOD that is not there and then the rest of the week is up. I don't know. We haven't gotten in trouble before, but I thought we would have gotten in trouble when we actually had some kind of motion, some kind of clout. But we got sniped when we're just still underground. So I'm like, they're really focusing on the wrong mugs. They're focused on shit sauce over here with sub 3 people watching him. Meanwhile, you have this dick throat with 15,000 people watching him. No problem. You know, that's all kosher. Fuck it. Just make it make sense, Bill. Make it make sense. You know, rules for thee, but not for me kind of thing. And it's just like, all right, cool. Love that, you know. YouTube is like the lazy dad. Twitch is the strict mom. Twitch intern gets promoted if they meet the ban quote of 100 users a day. Something like that. I honestly, I genuinely, I don't get it, and I'm not going to try and put any energy and effort into getting it because it's not worth that energy or effort. It's just stupid to know the situation that we're in. And I guess, you know, if the theory or if the logic is that, like, go super hard on them the first time so they won't do it again, then I guess you won, because I learned my fucking lesson, Twitch. I'm not gonna, if it ain't a Bamazon original, or if it ain't on fucking YouTube, I'm not gonna watch it anymore, because clearly, obviously, I don't put enough commentary, or whatever the fuck, to make it fair use, or whatever. So, Thanks, Twitch. Definitely couldn't have gotten the same kind of effect if you just gave me a warning. Been like, hey, bud, don't do this. Or been like, you know, here's 24 hours, take the day off, squirt. 48 hours? Whatever, dude. Now it's 20 and some change, okay? Now it's 20 and some change hours. We'll be back Friday. I've learned my lesson, Papa Twitch. I'm sorry. I won't ever do that again. I will never, ever, ever, ever again watch anything ever again. That's if I didn't make it myself with my own 2 fucking hands, I will not watch it. I won't play unless I play the video game. I make it by my hands and do the code. I will not touch a video game. I'll just do 24/7 origami IRL live streams, okay? But that paper, those trees, I'm gonna plant my own trees. I'm gonna grow them. I'm gonna wait 10 to 15 years. I'm gonna then chop them down. I'll process them, turn them into lumber, turn them into paper. Then I'll get some dyes. Then I'll make all 100% made with these 2 mitts. That's all I'm gonna do from now on. These 2 mitts. Whatever's made from these 2 mitts. It's just not the same, Bill. It's just not the same. It's just not the same. And I don't feel the same. They took a lot of the wind out of the sails. And that's like, damn, bro. Like I said, I'm just glad that, you know, we're able to stream in general, because that would be real big stinky if the record got broke, just, you know, in general. That would have been real stinky, and at that point, I would have deadass gone live on, like, Instagram or something like that, just to keep it up. If we got banned on, like, Twitch and suspended on YouTube, I would deadass, like, go live on Instagram at 2 in the morning, just to be able to be like, hey, I was here, I streamed this day, this is a day that still counts, record's still going, alright, don't sleep my schwam. Oh, fuck. Well, lesson learned, Bill, lesson learned.
I am absolutely doing more with Neuralink than I was doing with eye gaze. I have been a Batman for a long time, but I go outside now. Going outside has been a huge blessing for me. And I can control the computer with telepathy.
Dad's watching.
That's cool.
Look, he's watching on the camera. Did we lose one of the arms?
I love being with my kids on the playground or at the pool.
3. Okay.
2. 1.
It is more work for Tiffany, unfortunately.
How so?
Tiffany is the greatest person I've ever known, and I get to spend
Love you,
eternity
Tiff.
with her.
Allegedly, that's the theory.
My kids are doing good, especially under the circumstances. Life is good.
Life is good.
Are you gonna play Abby?
Yeah.
Abigail needs to be Mario.
Abigail is
Oh, dude, we can play video games with Dad?
Mario 2. You want to do the normal one?
Get some roof Mario Kart? Oh, fuck yeah.
Alright, let's go.
Dad's moving. Dad's in 6 right now.
You're welcome, Dad.
Edison and
I won!
yeah, you won. You won and
You made it to the end.
You made
Good
it to the
job.
Next, right?
TTS has gotten so much better. It really has.
Aw, thank you, Dad.
Bro, from like Stephen Hawking to like now. Pretty crazy. I love you very much, my beautiful wife. I cannot do it without you. I love you very much. And now it's like, hey, hon, how you doing? I love you very much. Thanks for being so sweet. You're awesome. Love you, hon.
Here in the United States.
Like it went from just fucking Stephen Hawking to just straight up just, hey, how you doing? You are the apple of my eye. I cherish you. Sup, sugar tits? How you doing? Hey, give me a ice cold glass of lemonade. It's like, damn. Ever since he got his Neuralink, he changed. Bitch, I said now. Where's my lemonade? Now. Damn, and then if he thinks in all caps, then it yells it. Woman, I need my lemonade now. He's like, whoa, okay, honey, fuck, I'm coming, fuck. I better have that Minute Maid shit in my hand in 2 seconds or else. You're like, honey, Paul, stop, you're so demanding.
Of America, we've came a long way from reefer madness, and here in California, it feels like I see more weed dispensaries than libraries, and more huff socks than white tube socks, depending on what part of town you're in. In fact, according to the National Library of Medicine, over 50% of Americans aged 21 to 60 are reported to have used cannabis at some point in their life, and as of 2024, 39 out of 50 states have
you watched this already?
Recreational or medicinal use.
All right, we'll watch a few. We'll watch a little minis. I won't make you rewatch it.
Bubba Kush hybrid Indo $5 pre-rolls, which are available at over 15,000 dispensaries across this great nation. In my view, this progression has been a double-edged sword, which for you North Sentinelese watching is a positive-negative metaphor for a paradoxical situation. You know, on one hand, it's cool that you can buy an eighth without being scared shitless walking into a low-income housing unit where your drug dealer, in my case, a guy named Gator, is doing tricks with a butterfly knife while his topless girlfriend cowers in fear. But pot legalization has certainly taken the cool out of kush blazing
cool. It's an
and
interesting
eliminated the
watch.
subversive
All right,
barrier to entry that scares off the normies
Bet,
and keeps
pizza,
illegal
bet.
countercultures like graffiti and train hopping from being co-opted by the masses. Long story short, though, people are smoking more gas right now than ever, and I'm willing to bet that some of you guys are high right now.
I'm about to gas up after this.
Of Channel 5 viewers are between 14 and 18. Bro, your mom's on the way home right now, and she's gonna know that you're high, bro. You're acting weird as fuck. Nah, just kidding, man.
You're acting weird as
Visine,
fuck.
breath
Dude,
mints, and
stop.
Old Spice spray-on deodorant should do the trick. Just don't spray too much, or she's definitely gonna know that you're high.
Don't be putting the Old Spice. Everyone knows it's just weed with Old Spice.
And I put that on
Stop
Retro
it.
Bill. Yep, I said it. I know some of you guys may be shocked
I
because
said
portraying
it.
cannabis as a gateway drug reeks of Reagan-era dare propaganda, but in my opinion, it's 100% true. Maybe not for everybody, but much like alcohol is a gateway drug to cocaine, and lean, aka dirty Sprite, is a gateway to Percocet and then heroin, I truly believe that marijuana is a gateway drug to psychedelics, particularly LSD and psilocybin mushrooms, because cannabis itself is psychedelic. And if you've greened out, you know how
Have you ever done the
similar that is
smoking
to
through a
bad
toilet
trip.
paper roll
It might
trick? Oh,
actually be
fuck
even
yeah. You
worse.
get
But
a
whether or
toilet
not you
paper
believe
roll
my
and a rubber
mumbo
band,
jumbo,
and then you get a
a
couple
phrase
dryer
which
sheets
I've
and put
just
that in
learned
there and
has
go,
racist origins, which is unfortunate, but
Fuck
I'm gonna
yeah,
keep using
sploof,
it. The
fuck
mass
yeah.
legalization of cannabis has spurred a similar push for the legalization of psychedelics. Shrooms in particular.
Psilocybin mushrooms, commonly known as magic mushrooms, aren't just about hallucinating for fun anymore.
In May 2019, Denver, Colorado became the first city to decriminalize psilocybin mushrooms. Perhaps as a concessionary measure to the tax-paying public after building the airport so fucking far from the city, but perhaps Denver has its own reasons for doing that. Anyways, other major metropolitan cities followed suit shortly after. First Oakland, then Santa Cruz, and later Seattle, Detroit, and a few others, including my favorite
That's that
Boston
old tech
area
right there.
locale, Somerville, Massachusetts. Shout out to my boy Frankie. As of today, mushrooms are decriminalized on a city level for personal use in a number of municipalities within 9 states, and fully legal under the supervision of a therapist in 2 states, Colorado and Oregon, where, like in the case of every other issue, Portland, Eugene, and Ashland are at odds with the rest of the state, who are culturally aligned with Idaho. No disrespect. Shout out to Dogface. So that's shrooms. LSD, aka acid, is virtually legal.
I did with my
nowhere,
ex at his
although it's
parents'
been
house
tested in
years ago,
several
and his mom
high-profile
came in and was
clinical
like,
trials
the
in
whole
places like
house smells
California
like weed.
for the treatment of alcoholism and anxiety with promising results.
You're like, but I
Long
thought
story
it's
short,
supposed to
it's
smell like
obvious that
dryer
much like in the
sheets.
case of
She's
marijuana,
like,
the legalization of stronger psychedelics
no.
is coming. It's just
Not
a
at
matter
all.
of when, which is why I think it's important that we talk about a condition called hallucinogen persisting perception disorder, aka
skill issue.
HPPD.
HPPD symptoms include constant visual disturbance. Stationary objects can appear to move. A sufferer
bro, if I
might
got
see visual
HPPD,
snow,
I would
auras,
unironically
and
take a long walk
starbursts.
off a short
It can be
pier.
coupled with
I would not be
out-of-body
able to the
sensations
fucking
and
snow
extreme
fuzzy bullshits.
anxiety.
Oh,
It's a
hell
condition
no.
that, according to studies,
Hell no.
affects approximately between 4 to 4.5% of psychedelic users. Probably to get clicks and engagement, some publications refer to HPPD sufferers as being stuck in a trip that never ends, or essentially permatripping. But HPPD is not that.
Worse
It's a
than that.
strictly visual handicap that, though alarming, is non-psychotic and doesn't include hallucinations or lucid delusions like in the case of schizophrenia. Though it's different for everyone, HPPD generally consists of visual
kinda crazy how
snow
Andrew's
that
lived with
renders
that
a
for
static
years.
blanket over the visual
Yeah,
field
that's
like
what
a
he
broken
has.
TV monitor, palinopsia, which gives you after images and long-lasting light trails that carry over as you
Oh,
switch focus,
hell no.
and the emergence of dozens, if not hundreds, of black eye floaters that are dancing across your visual field at all times. Most
Oh,
HPPD
hell
sufferers, including myself, experience all of this at the same time every day. And it's kind of like wearing party goggles as contact lenses forever. As I mentioned, I myself have.
So you're telling me that you have a fuzzy filter, everything moves really slow? Oh, hell no, bro. I would find the nearest fucking... I would find the nearest, I don't know, firearm supplier and be like, hey, can I get one of those real quick? I just want to check it out. I promise you can have it right back. I just need it real quick. Bro, there's no fucking way I would be able to... No. One of those things is too much. All of those things, fuzzies and trails and fucking woo-woo-wah-wahs, nah. Just not worth it. Not worth it. Honestly, not worth it. I'm good. I'll check out. I don't care. I'm good. I'm not doing that. Hell no.
I have this condition, and I'm 28 years old today, which means I've had HPPD for the same amount of time as, stock factory-made human vision. I initially developed this condition when I was 14 after a standard night tripping balls at my buddy Toby's house in 9th grade. I consumed a normal amount of shrooms that night, probably half an eighth of psilocybin cubensis mushrooms, which are the ones from cow shit. It overall was like a good trip. I was switching between staring into the cosmos and watching a Nat Geo documentary called The Last Lions. But when I woke up, I had every HPPD symptom I just mentioned, and I assumed that I was just hungover from the shrooms and still had psilocybin in my system, but it just wouldn't go away for months and months. I tried to proceed with life as normal, and of course, I didn't tell my parents what was happening to me because that carried an admission that I was doing illegal drugs and I didn't want to get grounded. But months and months continued to
Bruh.
pass, and I was still
I wonder if
stuck
that
inside
happens
that
when they
broken
close their
TV
eyes
screen,
too.
praying
Yeah, like
every
some
night
closed
that I
eye
would wake up
visuals.
healed. Upon further
Probably,
research
yeah.
in an incognito window in Google Chrome, I learned that I had this thing, but there was very little research about HPPD at that time. This was 2013. The only scientific scholar who published anything about it really was Dr. Henry Abraham from the American Psychiatric Organization, who seemed to be the only person trying to figure out what neurological or ocular mechanism was causing this intense condition. He published a report called The Mysteries of HPPD, which through a series of brain scans suggested that it could be a disorder of the central nervous system that disinhibits a processing mechanism between the eyes and the brain. He speculated that maybe everyone's eyes are a bit broken, but psychedelics somehow destroy the corrective filter within the central visual cortex, which cleans up noise before sending it to the frontal lobe. To get ocular real quick, there are 120 milliseconds between your eyes seeing something and your brain registering it. After your eyes first process information, they toss the picture to a processing zone in the occidental lobe, in the back, where it goes
But it's
through
like
3
flipped
filters
or
before
whatever.
exporting a final image for you. So maybe psychedelics, Abraham theorized, interfere with that process in some way. But when I read this article as a 14-year-old, I didn't care too much about the neuroscience behind it. I wanted to know the cure. My heart sank when I read the concluding paragraph of his report, which said that symptoms are usually permanent, and that the only effective treatment measures were benzodiazepines like Xanax or diazepam. These treatments, he said, help sufferers just not think about it so much, but didn't actually reduce HPPD symptoms. Given that
hell no.
2013 was the prodigal kickoff year to the Xandemic, and I'd already lost friends to Xanax-related motor vehicle accidents who probably lost control of the wheel while semi-audibly mumbling the words to early SoundCloud-era hit singles like Geeked Up Off Them Bars by Juicy J, Xanarchy by Lil Xan, and of course, Xans by Famous Dex, popping bars was out of the question. Dr. Abraham then said that the most common non-prescription treatment for HPPD was alcohol, which, like Xanax, helps sufferers shut off the stress and anxiety mechanisms in their brain for a short
That's
time.
terrible.
However, Dr. Abraham warned that the short half-life of self-administered alcohol treatment would result in a rebound of visual snow and anxiety symptoms, leading to more self-medication with more alcohol,
It
worse
just
visual
keeps
snow,
going and it just keeps
psychiatric
going.
disorders, and eventually a full psychosis, which he said 50% of sufferers eventually fall victim to. Obviously, we know
Jesus.
that teenagers make a lot of bad short-term decisions, and I was no exception. In my own life, the years after developing HPPD were marked by severe and constant binge drinking, which honestly did work pretty well to get my mind off it.
Until it didn't.
I developed a debilitating psychiatric disorder known as DPDR, short for depersonalization and derealization disorder.
Oh, shit.
Which has to be one of the most terrifying sensations imaginable. That's hard to articulate if you haven't experienced it. Put simply, depersonalization is the feeling that you have no connection to your body and that you are a nebulous soul trapped within a foreign skin suit, and specifically held prisoner behind your own eyes, witnessing the body move on autopilot as you plot your escape from the hell of self. Derealization is the feeling that while you do exist, reality does not. It's all a figment of your imagination, and you're the only conscious living being in a universe of objects, or rather hallucinations, who are masquerading as people and things. They combine DP and DR together because depersonalization usually comes first. Then after your soul accepts that it is in fact stuck in the skin suit and begins to grow into it,
And it says
derealization
nothing
arrives,
else is
and
real?
I'm not really sure why. All I know is that
Jesus.
HPPD symptoms and the feeling of unreality and sensory brokenness they create cause the onset of depersonalization, which I genuinely wouldn't wish on my worst enemies, and I hate my enemies. To clarify, DPDR doesn't stem from like philosophical musings about reality or accompany an existential crisis. It's like a lucid dream / nightmare crossover between Black Mirror and American Horror Story. If every episode just ended with the protagonist getting shit-faced on Old English high gravity 40s at a public park and having 3 hours of pure joy and relief before repeating the exact same plot line from the top every day. And then one day, for some reason, it just stopped. As I began to find purpose in life and live with more consistency, suddenly the feelings of unreality began to subside as I could feel myself working to build something more tangible, and in some cases, saw my work succeed in small ways. And did root me in reality, because I was like covering news events that people were like also at, which confirmed that reality
Cheers,
was
everybody.
existing in a shared plane of existence.
Going on TGB.
Everyone feel like that. Everybody feel like that. That's all I gotta say.
I appreciate you listening and giving us a, an outlet and a platform to speak how we feel, bro.
Oh, gas, no brakes, baby!
Though I've learned to live with HPPD over the course of the past 14 years, I know that as psychedelics become more widely available, commonly used for psychiatric purposes, and ultimately become decriminalized in progressive US states, it's important for the public to be educated about this condition, because while only 4 to 5% of psychedelic users report HPPD symptoms, it's fair to say that that small slice of the pie chart will represent a far larger pool of humans as psilocybin in particular becomes more commonplace, especially in Oregon and Colorado, where psychiatrists are administering mushrooms for supervised use. I hope that if you're like a big shroom fan watching this, or you're super into psychedelics, that you're not turned off, because in my view, the conversation we're gonna have today is a matter of harm reduction. I'd also like to note that there's only a single case of HPPD as a result of ketamine, and the condition is most common as a result of LSD, psilocybin, mescaline, MDMA, and also has been observed in children between the ages of 8 and 10 who are prescribed Ritalin to cope with ADHD. I'm also making this report because I want to take this battle on. I believe there is a world
some poor little Billy who's taking ADHD meds, so he stops tweaking the fuck out, then gets HPPD and gets little snow fuzzies and the tracers and shit like that. I mean, fuck, at least the kids that take the psychedelics get the trip first before they get the fucked up forever life consequences. And this little kid just taking Ritalin and now he's just fucking snow forever? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Just don't give that kid sugar. Fuck.
Where we can probably figure out what the hell in the brain or the central nervous system is causing HPPD and find a cure. Thankfully, this fight is already being taken on by the homies over at the Perception Restoration Foundation, link in bio, which was launched a few years back by my visual snow brother, Ed Prideaux, who I'm hoping is of Cajun French and not Quebecois ancestry. Shout out to my goddamn Anglophones. Their website, linked below, has an HPPD survey out the gate to help you self-diagnose, and they're currently working with 2 prestigious Australian universities, the University of Melbourne and Macquarie University in Sydney, to launch groundbreaking studies into identifying the condition's cause and finding an effective cure, which I'm sure is possible with enough funding. And they've put together a team of specialists as well to get to the bottom of this thing and go ACON on them. And by going ACON on them, I don't mean throwing a fan off stage, I mean bringing electricity to Africans who apparently were living in total darkness before the release of Don't Matter in 2007. In a similar way, the Perception Restoration Foundation aims to be a beacon of light for the silent and suffering who've been told they'll never be fixed. And just so you know, You're a goddamn superhero either way, but we're gonna do our best to bring you home. In this episode, after some positive news, of course, we're gonna sit down with one of the Foundation's partners, Dr. Wesley Ryan, MD, an LA-based psychotherapist who has a rich history of working with HPPD patients and is currently a published authority on the therapeutic effects of ketamine. In addition to his expertise, the Honorable Dr. Wesley believes an HPPD cure could soon be on the horizon and points to some promising research regarding 2 epilepsy medications that have shown promising results in reducing visual snow, one of which is a prescription drug and the other of which is over the counter. Anyways, guys, that's a great interview, and I'm very excited for y'all to see it. But first, let's get into some positive news. All right, our first happy story comes off the high deserts of Arizona on Route 66. We're in the gorgeous tumbleweed town of Seligman, Arizona. A missing 2-year-old toddler named Bowden Allen has been found. Police say he walked approximately 6 miles through a mountain lion hotspot in the scalding desert heat before being carried to safety by a dog 16 hours later. That's right, a pup helped save the day and bring Bowden back to his mama, who's a girl boss rancher named Corey. She's quoted as saying, "This is a straight up miracle," and was even more delighted to learn that it was their dog, a big fluffy Pyrenees named Buford, who went searching for young Bowden and brought him to safety. Thankfully, the child sustained no life-threatening injuries and is currently back with his pacifier and toy soldiers. And as for Buford, he's a goddamn hero. Shout out to the pups. And you know what? Shout out to Seligman, Arizona. I, for one, believe we should be rebuilding our infrastructure along Route 66 like it's 1925, and we should just abandon these dense, traffic-congested population centers altogether and build a new American society in the Mojave from Amboy to Two Guns while we still can. Moving on to some positive medical news. Did you guys know that 1 in every 100 women will get a UTI or urinary tract infection every year? And evidence suggests that for women who date skateboarders, tattoo artists, and DJs, that number is close to 100%. Perhaps more troubling is that 80% of UTI sufferers are likely to be reinfected at some point in their life, as the body develops a weakened immune resistance following the first infection. But now, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration has just dropped a new antibiotic that's a one-and-done UTI cure-all that both kills the infection when it begins and prevents recurrences. It's called Blue Jeppa, and it's available right now if you need it. Honestly, I'm not quite sure if dudes get UTIs, but if we do, I wouldn't mind popping one of these bad boys myself one day.
I'll pop 3 of them right now.
That's our 2 positive stories. Now we're going to get into the main interview of our episode with Dr. Wesley Ryan, MD, the first doctor and licensed therapist to be featured in 5cast history. But first, a word from our sponsor. Yo, what is poppin'?
And no word from the sponsor because we do not believe in sponsorship. There is no sponsor other than the Dubby. Go by Dubby. Brought to you by Dubby. This stream was brought to you by Dubby.
Stay safe out there.
Drink Dubby. That's the only sponsor, Dubby.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's a really nice office you got going here.
Thank you.
So I guess my first question is, what the heck's wrong with me?
You told me earlier that you think you have HPPD. So is that the?
I don't think I know, bud.
Kind of talking about.
But on a deeper level, like what's going on inside my brain?
Well, I don't know because we haven't had like a long time to talk and for me to ask you all the questions about your past and all that stuff like the psychiatric evaluation.
Yeah.
So I can't really say what's wrong with you or if you're perfectly healthy, but I can speak to HPPD. You wanted so HPPD, basically a disorder where people have persisting perceptual distortions after some kind of psychedelic drug.
Bro looks like he hikes the Appalachian Trail for fun and surfs every day. It's the Patagonia little puffy. That's what it is. He looks like a spiritual teacher.
Ketamine as well. And it can be really distressing
also
for people.
This posture, like doing this with your fucking like the very other than like sitting crisscross, it's like a very I don't know, it's giving off very hippie-ish.
It's under-researched, so we don't really know the truth.
Also, uncomfortable as fuck.
We don't really know much about why some people develop it and why other people do not.
Like, who the
So those
fuck?
factors at
What
play.
is our leg crossed? Oh god, this is squishing my balls, bro.
Yeah,
nah, my ball. I can't.
Medications that have
I
been
can't.
found to
That's
be
just too
helpful,
much. That's too much on the family jewels. It's too much pressure.
Small studies.
I'm not trying to make diamonds down there.
This is not like a really common disorder, so there hasn't been a lot of research funding going on.
How in the fuck are you sitting like that?
Sort of anecdotal reports or reports from very specialized clinics. You and I were talking a moment ago about Dr. Abraham. So yeah, he's published some stuff about certain medications. There seems to be some connection with anxiety. It also seems to be some connection with like a neurological dysfunction, perhaps with visual perception, like visual snow syndrome. is closely related. Neurologists seem to call it VSS, visual snow syndrome, whereas psychiatrists tend to call it HPPD. Back in the day, they called it flashbacks, maybe a little less specific, but it's all basically
shell shock. Okay.
For visual snow in particular, what is happening in the brain that's causing that to occur?
So visual snow syndrome could be like static-like effects in
Oh,
people's visual
I would hate
perception.
that.
Whether it's that or whether it's colors or shapes, all these visual distortions and illusions that can happen from psychedelics. The brain has this prediction system when it feeds information from the world through our retinas, through our ears and all that stuff. It kind of comes up with representations for our consciousness of what something is, right? So psychedelics kind of hijack that algorithm, that processing system to say like, okay, we see some shape and that's a face, or we see some shape and that's, you know, the frame of some picture on the wall. And it removes those kinds of algorithms from working nearly as efficiently. Those things that are masked from our conscious perception are suddenly exposed. So that can come out with, you know, different spiral patterns, geometric patterns, weird stuff, dots. You know, visual snow, it's like dots usually, right? Of different intensities all over the visual field. But generally that's the case with all the psychedelic visual changes. It's probably that visual processing system getting hijacked. We're kind of seeing the internals of how it's working.
Yeah, because obviously when you take a drug, LSD, peyote, psilocybin, you experience hallucinations visually. It's part of the experience.
Yeah, with a sufficient dose, yeah, definitely.
But HPPD would be long-lasting, specifically cosmetic visual symptoms. For some perspective, right now, as I'm looking at you, my entire visual field is full of snow of what looks like a TV screen. And if I were to look into the blue sky, there's such intense eye floaters that I really can't even perceive color. It's almost like I'm looking at a blue painting that somebody threw black paint all over. And
Really?
but I don't
Holy
experience any
fuck.
euphoria or any of the other psychedelics.
He can't even look up at the sky and be like, damn, that's a beautiful blue sky. Because then all these little shitter floaties blot out his vision. And like he said, it's a blue painting that someone painted over black. Oh, Bill, he can't even enjoy like the simple satisfaction of just looking at the sky. Get this man some help. Science, technology, nerds, get this guy some fucking help. He can't even enjoy the blue of the fucking sky, Bill. He's right. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. That's
symptoms,
terrifying.
Deep reflective inspiration that you might get in the peak of a productive acid trip.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because I didn't mention earlier that it's distressing, it's distracting, it causes people a lot of problems, what you describe, right? It makes it maybe harder to drive at night, makes it harder to interact with people, all this stuff's distracting, and usually people are like, I screwed up my brain. Like there's this narrative that people have that maybe the bad drug experience they had like fried some connections in there.
What definitely permanently altered, I used to call it the cord between my eye and brain, but a better way to put it is your visual processing system.
Yeah, I guess the optic nerve that leads.
But I know there's a cord
there
on the back of the eye, and I always just imagine that like the shroom juice was like in there or something.
The shroom juice.
Is that fair to
Shroom
say?
juice is in my
Basically,
eyes.
I mean, you
I can
take
see
some
it.
dried mushrooms. Usually, that's how they're consumed. Because so I'm an addiction psychiatrist as well. I studied all the drugs, but really they didn't teach us too much about psychedelics since they're not really addictive. They don't really cause those problems. But yes, when you take mushrooms, dried mushrooms or LSD or any of the other stuff, they're classical psychedelics. So it's a compound, different chemical in each one of those. But
Bro, I
they
gotta try
turn
mescaline.
on one of the serotonin
That's from peyote.
receptors.
I gotta try mescaline.
And that targets, for whatever reason, it activates certain neurons in our cortexes. So it doesn't seem like it probably doesn't affect what you were talking about, the back of the eye is the retina, is what we call that surface. It basically reads light through the rods and cones, and it sends that information to the optic nerve, and that goes into different parts of our brain. But it's the cortex of the brain. That's like the more advanced part of the brain that mammals have, humans and monkeys and all that, right? So it does something there. It tweaks like the processing system for visual stuff as well as all the other stuff. So it would make sense to me that HPPD could also manifest with non-visual stuff, but it seems like most of the people complain of visual
Non-visual
distortions.
HPPD?
How common do you think HPPD
Like
is?
hearing shit?
It's underreported,
Ooh.
but still it seems to...
Ooh, what's worse? Like seeing, having visual hallucinations, or like having audio hallucinations? Fuck, like what's worse? Like having like visual snow, or like always hearing something creaking, or like the faint tapping of like water? Oh no, it'd be audio, bro. It'd be audio. If it was just 24/7, just drop, 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 drop. Nah, like the Chinese water drop torture. Oh hell nah. Nah. Yeah, no, auditory. Yeah, no. It's definitely auditory for surely. For surely it's auditory. Fuck, dude. Cause yeah, or any repetitive sound, or like the that high pitched squeak, or like a gnat buzzing, like the buzzing of a gnat right in your ear, but perma. Yeah, no, we've already answered it. Yep, audio is way worse. Audio is way worse. Audio is way worse, and I'd split my splam way before, way quicker with something like that. Holy fuck. Damn. Audio HPPD?
To be a minority of people, small minority of people that report it. So I would say not very common, but of course the trick to that is, or the caveat, if you will, now psychedelics are becoming way more popular, right? Like there's all these articles
So
about
now
how
more
great
people are getting
mushrooms are, and how
HPPD.
certain municipalities are making them legal through different mechanisms for medical or sort of therapeutic use. So people are going to be using them more. A lot more people are trying these drugs, especially after How to Change Your Mind by Michael Pollan and all the different clinical trials that are happening and ongoing. So a lot of people are like, hey, maybe I should try this for my mental health issue. And more and more people try it, there's going to be some small percentage of people that have side effects,
not
and
built for
HPPD seems to be one of them. And we're not really sure why
You
some people
have
develop it and why
tinnitus?
other
Isn't
people
that the
don't.
ringing thing?
Yeah, it's kind of a little scary in that sense.
I also have
What do you
something
think about
playing
it?
like all the
widespread use
time.
of psychedelics nowadays?
Good.
Well, there's a lot of
What do you
huge
mean,
net
like
positives.
Like you have something to combat the sound of the? Isn't tinnitus like the perma ringing? So you already have perma ringing, but then you got used to it. And or are you talking about there's something in your mind always playing, like a song, like a sound, or like or are we playing something to combat the sound of tinnitus? Oh god, that's terrible. How do you get tinnitus? That is perception of sound when there's no external source, often describes as ringing or buzzing in the ears, can be a temporary issue after loud noise exposure, but can also become chronic, lasting 3 months or longer. While not typically dangerous, it can be bothersome and interfere with daily life, potentially leading to anxiety or depression. Subjective sound meaning the only individual, can manifest various sound, ringing, buzzing, hissing, roaring, and more. It may be intermittent or constant, and may be more noticeable in quiet environments or at night. Damn. And I thought the sound of silence was bad enough. Imagine the sound of silence is just... When the exact cause of tinnitus are often unclear, it's often associated with hearing loss. Loud noise exposure is a common cause, as is age-related hearing loss. Medications, earwax buildup, and other medical conditions can also trigger tinnitus. Wait, there's objective tinnitus? What? Doesn't that just mean sound? Wait, what? Objective tinnitus is a type of tinnitus where the perceived ringing, buzzing, or other sounds are actually caused by physical noises or vibrations in or near the ear and are potentially audible to others? What? What? In some cases, the sound may be loud enough for others to hear. So there's tinnitus where only you hear it, and then there's tinnitus that you're Bluetoothing it to other people too? What the fuck? Clicking, buzzing, rushing, and pulsating is audible to another person as a sound emanating from the ear canal? When the fuck was that a thing? What the fuck? Yo, what the fuck? It's like if there's no auditory stimulus, like sitting in silence, it's a really strong ringing in the ears. My hearing's so bad, I'm always like, sorry? What the Sigma? Bruh, so one is that you just, only you hear, and then but then the other one is you actually make the noise? Like, it's not even just a perception, it's like you actually physically are making the noise. Comes from problematic blood vessels such as the carotid artery affected by, I'm not even going to say that, fatty buildup or a vascular malformation. Sometimes the noise occurs as a result of muscle spasm within the middle ear. What the fuck? You can be your own Bluetooth speaker for tinnitus? What the fuck? Bro, that's crazy. Yo, what's up, TTV? Beebs. I see. I can't even tell that you were different because like the thing that's the same color. What's up, Beebs? W Twitch migrant. Bill doesn't know about tinnitus. Why the fuck are we on YouTube? Bill, I think you know why we're on YouTube. Okay, you don't even have to. Bill, I think you know why we're on YouTube. Oh, I'm sorry, Beebs. Did you know that there was a form of tinnitus that other people can hear? No, I'm sorry. Is that did everyone know that there's objective tinnitus, in which the subject's ear actually is creating a sound that other people then can hear? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, my bad. Oh, it's just shit sauce. He's the only one. Uh-huh. Right. Objective tinnitus? You're the Bluetooth speaker and everyone else is like, what's that high pitch fucking ringing in my ears? And you're just walking around doing your thing, just crazy. Bill, that's what the fuck we're talking about. This objective tinnitus. It is tinnitus that other people can hear. So you know tinnitus? The or clicking, buzzing, other such sounds. Yeah. It's you do that and other people can hear it. Uh-huh. It's not just you yourself being like, damn, I can only hear this buzzing in my... You are buzzing and other people are like, what the fuck is that buzzing? Bluetooth tinnitus? Bruh. Yo, 2025 Bluetooth tinnitus just dropped, I guess? What the fuck? Yeah, you're a human mosquito. Yes. Bruh. What the fuck? And they have no idea why. A person hears an internal sound, a noise coming from an actual physiological process occurring near the middle ear. Interestingly, the noise of the objective tinnitus can sometimes be heard by the healthcare provider examining the patient's ear. With objective tinnitus, the noise, often described as a pulsating sound, comes from problematic blood vessels, such as a carotid artery affected by a word that I'll not say, a fatty buildup, or vascular malformation. Sometimes the noise occurs as a result of a muscle spasm within the middle ear. So your spleen's fucked up, your splom's going honky, and the next thing you know, you're fucking... That's crazy. You're buzzing like a babes. Exactly. Speaking of which, Bill, what are we on, day 4? Day 4, day 5 of no nicotine? Day 4, day 5? Last time we talked, it was day 3, but I think that was a couple days ago. Wow. So there's objective tinnitus where you yourself make a sound and then other people can hear that sound. Wow. Huh. You learn something new every day, Bill. You learn something new every day. See, I was thinking about the regular schmegular tinnitus. I didn't even know that there's fun tinnitus. I didn't know there was, Bluetooth backyard portable tinnitus. Like, that's fucking sick. It's like, nah, if I gotta suffer, y'all motherfuckers suffering with me. Come on.
They do seem to have really potent beneficial effects on mental health. But I've also worked in harm reduction spaces. Burning Man was where I volunteered at the Zendo. It's this harm reduction space there. And And definitely I've seen people come in, even from my own camp, which is really surprising, people who were ready to like jump off some second story structure at Burning Man because they had some transient delusion while under the influence of magic mushrooms that they thought they had to jump to like become one with the universe, something of this nature,
shit.
right? So they were convinced essentially during the drug experience, during the psychedelic trip, that they had to do something that was going to be dangerous to their physical health. And, you know, a
That's
lot
scary.
of people don't end up doing anything like that. Their friends stop them, whatever else, but certainly some people do this stuff. It's not talked about much, but yeah, you can get into trouble if you have a potent psychedelic experience and there's nobody there to sort of like prevent you from doing something.
Well, I think we're talking about two things here. You're talking about when someone takes a heroic dose and needs to be, you know, walked off of a bad trip, brought back from, you know, that feeling of unreality.
Yeah, I mean, when people say heroic dose, that can mean like that.
Oh yeah, still going strong, Bill. I feel good for it. Fuck yeah.
What I was just describing.
Thanks for asking. No one knows I'm doing this, so no one else checking in on me. Well, hey, I got you, Beebs. I got you. I'll do the checkup. I'll be like, yo, Beebs, how we doing? Hey, I got you, Beebs. I got you. Hey, nobody else will, but I got you, Beebs. All right? Only because you're the good British. Only because you're the good kind of British. If you were the other kind of British, I'd be like, yep, good luck with that, you know. But you're the kind of British that we can accept. So I got you, Beebs. I got you.
An eighth of Sennaiessence or Cubensis?
Probably Cubensis.
Okay.
Because that's what most people use.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like who knows what that guy ate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but people like at the commonly used dosages, people do get some of these delusions, and it's more common when it's a stronger dose. Yeah, so certainly you can have those acute, meaning like effects that manifest right then.
Yeah.
Or you can have the chronic effects, meaning the ones that take longer to show up, or rather
Yeah, I got
last
you,
a lot
Beebs.
longer
I got
with
you.
HPPD.
Yeah.
Keep smoking, Bill. It gets easy. Believe you me, personally, after like especially the first few days were the hardest, but then especially after like the first week, I didn't even, you know, it helps not having access to them or not being in an environment that, you know, there's access to them. But yeah, after like the first 3 days, that was probably the roughest. And then by like a week and a half, I didn't even think about those shitters. And then there'll be a point where a couple weeks go by and it's like, yeah, I'm good. I don't, you know, or the thought of them seems kind of icky, you know. And I will admit, I have sinned a few times here and there. You know, we've had the occasional yerky with the occasional beer. But in those times, and especially the further in I got off of them, every time that I would take them, I'm like, oh yeah, this shit sucks. I'm glad I'm off these. Like, ugh, you know, like in the moment, it'd be like a good thing, but then it gets to a point where I'm just like, oh yeah, this shit sucks. I'm glad I stopped doing this shit, you know? And I didn't go out of my way to purchase them at a certain point, and then I really hadn't consumed them, you know what I'm saying? Caffeine's actually been super useful. See, and there you go. Sometimes, honestly, sometimes the game really is just about plugging holes, Bill. Sometimes the game really is just about plugging holes. And then eventually the end game is you get to, you know, the things that you plug the holes with are ultimately the healthiest, but, you know, you got to start from somewhere and then, you know, whatever it takes to get you where you need to go, you know what I'm saying? But that's why I want to quit, because it's lame as fuck when you're doing it every day. They just don't even do anything. Exactly, and nicotine is hands down like the dumbest, stupidest, worst thing I'd ever done, because it was super addictive, but the actual effects that you do it for, it was bullshit. So it would get to the point where I'd be using this thing daily, obviously. First thing when I wake up, last thing before I go to bed. But then it'd get to a point of using it where I would rip it right up when I got up, we'll say in the morning time or whatever. I'd rip it, wouldn't even get buzzed. Sitting there not even getting buzzed. And I'm like, what the fuck? Or it'd be like, I remember there were multiple times throughout the years of me doing it where I would get like one buzz a day, but I'd be chronically chiefing on that fucking thing. So, yeah, nicotine's fucking stupid because it's really addictive, but the high that it gives you, it's very fleeting. And especially over time, the higher your tolerance is, it's very fleeting. So where I got to the point where multiple times throughout the addiction, I was like, this is fucking stupid. That's the first time that I got off of, because I used to, in high school, I'd smoke cigarettes. It wasn't like a heavy, or casual thing, but it would be from time to time, I have like a pack of American Spirits and I go out my backyard and like sneak smoke one and sneak back in, right? And it got to a point where I had pretty much I didn't really been vaping, and the cigarettes, like 1 or 2 cigarettes like a day or a night or whatever the fuck, was like the only nicotine I'd had. And I vividly remember it was like November, winter time. I'm sneaking outside. I have nothing but my boxers and a glove on because I'm not trying to like have, cigarettes smell, and I'm fucking like 17. So I'm not trying to have the scent on me. So I'm in my backyard at like the corner of my house at like fucking 12:30, colder than a witch's titty, sparking up a shitty fucking cigarette. Haven't had any nicotine or anything than like the one before that, like a cigarette the day prior. Hadn't had anything. I ripped that whole fucking cig, don't even get buzzed off of it. And I remember looking down at my hand and looking at the cigarette after smoking it. I was like, this is fucking stupid. I'm out here in my fucking boxers freezing my tits off and I'm not even getting buzzed. Like, the one reason why I'm out here doing this stupid shit, I'm not even getting that. Why the fuck am I doing this? And that was the first time I was able to just natty stop doing that bullshit. Because up until that point, I started vaping when I was like 13, 14. So it's a solid, like, let's say 4 years of just pretty much every day, just nicotine consumption. So that was like the first time I vividly remember being like, this shit fucking sucks. Why the fuck am I doing this? And I saved the cigarette butt. I think I threw away like the package or whatever the fuck, and then I stopped doing it, And I can see myself hitting a Yerky with a beer once in a while, because that rush is nice, but never daily. Yeah, exactly. It's everything in moderation, and those Yerkies were all provided to me in the context of like, yeah, you want a beer, then you get a Yerky. Or there were a couple where I was already drinking a little bit and then asking for one, but it would just be that one that day, And similar to like my drinking habits, my drinking habits have changed a lot as well, where I'm not drinking every day and it feels good, but I'll go out, I mean, hell, we drank for, Cinco de Mayo, got fucking slept till 7 p.m. on Tuesday, but hey, we were sipping on Monday. But then the similar thing where it's like I wake up on Tuesday and I'm just tired and whatever, this, that, and the third. I'm like, you know what? Alcohol just kind of doesn't hit the same. I'm just not, So now we're consuming alcohol at a more casual, couple times a week kind of thing, whereas before we were smoking on that shit daily. Now, the contrast between those two is that I most definitely obviously would get drunk and have the effects of alcohol more potently than nicotine. But nicotine for surely was way harder to quit because it was just constant. Or like right now how I'm sitting, I'd just be ripping a vape. It was like an oral sensation fixation kind of thing, where it's like I gotta have something in my hands doing something, But for me personally, weed helps out a lot. I just get fucking faded and I'm not really thinking about having stuff in my hands. And then if I do, I usually just grab for like some water, sip on some water, whatever. I have toothpicks, don't really use those as much. I'll chew gum at work, But I've noticed that, like, yeah, it's a lot of it's habitual, It's like I'm not even necessarily hooked on the high and like love the experience. It's just like the routine. Like I'm just used to having something in my hand and hitting something, But once you get out of that cycle and you break those habits, oh, it's a lot nicer looking on the outside, looking in, being like, damn, so that's what I used to be up to, Because then you'll think about it and you'll be like, damn, bro, I can't believe we were, smoking this, that, and the third. Because when you're in the middle of it, in the heat of it, you don't really think about it. But then you kind of step back a little bit and kind of reflect and you're like, damn, bro, we were, doing that shit every day? Like, that much? Like, ugh. Yeah, your wallet's going to thank you. Your body's going to thank you. Your mental's most definitely going to thank you. Because, everything in moderation, Bill. It's, a few times here and there, maybe puff on like a cigar or something, have like a celebratory cigar or, little beer Yerky. Yeah, it does, And a big thing that, the help with the simulation and the habit of it, I don't know if the accessibility for you, Beebs, I mean, I don't imagine it'd be too terrible to get, but I was able to get these basically caffeine Yerkies. I talked about them on stream. I showed them off on stream when I had them. But I got these caffeine Yerkies, which is just the same concept of the nicotine Yerkies, but just caffeine instead of the nicotine. That helped as well in the beginning of getting off of it because it was the simulation of like still having a pouch and still having flavor and still getting some kind of effect, but it just wasn't nicotine. So I know you're talking earlier about how caffeine's been helping a lot. So if you can get access to caffeine Yerkies, like I just bought mine on Amazon, but if you have access to caffeine Yerkies, I'd highly recommend doing that because it's, you know, it simulates the old habit, but it's something different. And then I just eventually pivoted off of the caffeine Yerkies in general because then I kind of just got tired of having Yerkies. And then here we are, just not smoking on anything, you know? Like I said, it just take little baby steps, plugging holes and filling holes until eventually you get to, you know, same exact thing. At some point, it's just fucking stupid in a ways. Also, I quit Nick before, but was still hitting tobacco in my spliff. Now I don't use tobacco. So this will be the first time I went full Nick free. Damn. Yeah, that's a big thing about you little fucking Europeans. You guys and your goddamn spliffs. I don't know why you would ever desecrate weed like that and sprinkle weed with tobacco. That's just... And I've tried it a few times. I've tried pipe tobacco, or not even necessarily pipe tobacco, but I've tried like the guts of like blunts or whatever, tobacco mixed in with a bowl. Granted, that was a bong and not necessarily like a joint, but still, mixing tobacco with your weed is just disrespectful to your weed, you know? It's just disrespectful to your weed. So a big change up for you, Bill. You're putting obviously a lot more weed in those joints. So the budget for the weed might be a little something to get used to. You're like, what the hell? I'm using like twice as much fucking bud as I was before. It's like, yeah, because it's not half fucking tobacco now. But I'm proud of you, Beebs. Honestly, I'm more proud of hearing you getting off the spliff stuff than just stopping Yerkies. Because the getting off the spliff stuff, I would say it's equally, if not more, impressive and all of that. Because, you know, and then we're going full raw, just full no nicotine. I like that. No, small J's, don't give a fuck. Yeah, that works too, I guess. Just little dog walkers, like little BBs. Just little beebs, you know what I'm saying? Just little guys. Just little darts, just little dudes. A little dab will do you, you know what I'm saying? Nothing too crazy. But no, good on you, Beebs. Good on you. And you'll be thanking yourself. Your body's going to be thanking yourself. And your pocket, your wallet's going to be thanking you. You know, your wallet's been like, thanks, Beebs, for not spending another £5 on some bullshit we didn't really need. You know, that's the big one. Your wallet's going to be thanking you as well. You got your health and you got your wealth. And they'll both be looking at you, dapping you up like, yo, thanks for stopping doing that bullshit, bro. Because, like, we high-key didn't need that shit. We were both stressing, you know? We were both stressing out. So, thank you for stopping that shit, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'd highly recommend looking into and getting some caffeine Yerkies. Because those definitely helped me in the beginning, especially with the habit. Still, because that was the hardest part to break, was just the habit of... Similar with, you know, the vaping, having something in your hand, you know? That was the hardest thing to break. Was the habit. So having something that I could pop, like I said, have something that I could pop that had flavor, that gave me an effect that was similar to the nicotine but wasn't that, and then I was able to look at that and be like, okay, I don't need that anymore. I'm just good, just doing whatever, you know. That's it, bro. It's a sign of respect to myself for wealth and health. Exactly. It's a sign of respect to yourself. It's you dapping yourself up. Because you never know that day will come. You'll be like, damn, I'm glad I had that $5 left over because I didn't just go get some insert shit here. You know what I'm saying? You know, future you will be thanking you for that $5. I mean, I'm speaking from personal experience, you know, and not even necessarily with like with stuff like that, but like I'll spend like $15 at Burger King or something, and then later in the week, like 3-4 days later, be like, damn, I wish I didn't spend that $15 on Burger King. Like, I should have just kept that, whatever the fuck. Not maybe necessarily that I need that 15 now, but I wish I didn't spend that 15. You know what I'm saying? So you're doing it for yourself, for your health, for your wealth. All right? Bars. And hey, we smoke water. and and sip weed and sip tea, I guess. So I can see how the caffeine yerkies help, but I think they just remind me and disappoint me. That's valid. That's valid. A reminder of what I once had, but I no longer have. Yeah, that's valid. I can understand that. The life of what once was. It's easier to just cut it off than try and just simulate it and emulate it. I could get that. I feel that, Beebs. Well, in the honor of, smoking weed and smoking water, cheers, everybody. Going out, it's TGB. And yes, I'm still writing them, even though they don't do anything. It's my simulation and my cope to help me feel better until I get back on Twitch, okay? Cheers. Because if I start thinking about a yerky, I want one for that rush since my tolerance is gone now. That's valid. That's valid. Yeah, I could definitely see that. And there would be aspects of myself to be a similar way. Like if I just get just a little nugget of something, even if it's not that thing, but it's something similar to that thing, and I get that little taste for it, then gates broke open and all hell's let loose. I know that. I've been there.
Yeah,
I've
I
been
remember
there.
ZENDO.
You guys actually helped me one time.
Oh, that's cool.
I was out at Burning Man in 2019, and I was staying on 10th and I in a renegade camp for people who had no camp.
Yeah! Burning Man, Burning Man. Yeah! Fucking loving it. You're watching all gas, no brakes.
And there was a tent of people from Michigan next to me. One of them was a juggalo named Gary. You're familiar with the subculture of the Insane Clown Posse?
Yeah.
So he asked me, he didn't even leave
Juggalo
his tent. I
named
think he
Gary.
was just there to slang MDMA, but he was cool. And so Gary was like, yo, would you like a hit of Molly for the festival? I was like, yeah, sounds good. So I'm thinking it's a point, which is 1/10 of a gram. And so I'm thinking, okay. And he tells me each capsule has a half a point of MDMA, 0.05.
Yeah, 50 milligrams.
Yeah, so I ask him, I go, can you give me 3? 1.5. It's like a good, amount for a whole night. So he gives me 3. I'm thinking it's a 1.5. I take all 3 capsules, and Gary goes, oh no, bro. Those actually all have 2 points in them, and it's MDA, sassafras, not MDMA. So I'm panicking,
That's
I'm
like
at the
6
outer
times
playa.
the dose.
I think, long story short, I'm butt naked. I jumped the trash fence at the edge of the Burning Man deep playa. I'm running. Bureau of Land Management Rangers stop me, return me to the Burning Man Rangers, who then escort me to you guys.
Bruh.
And y'all did a great job.
Like, I already did a caffeine yerky. I might as well full
experience, but
relapse
my
and
body
buy real
temperature was
ones.
high.
He's like, I'm halfway there. I might as well just. All right, then don't do that, Beebs. We're not trying to promote the degen logic. We're not trying to promote the degen logic.
Did turn out badly.
I'm already halfway here. Might as well just fuck it, do the real thing.
I mean, I presumably
in
did
full
get hurt
penny,
when
in
I
full
was
pound,
thrown over
yeah.
the trash fence by the Rangers, but it's okay.
Yeah.
You live and learn.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, HPPD is a different story because you live with the condition forever.
So is that what kicked it off for you?
No. When I was 14, I was at my friend Toby Perkins' house. And
Shout out,
Toby
Toby.
Perkins, we knew some Cambodians. I don't know why I had to specify the race of the ethnic group that provided me with the mushrooms. If you're Cambodian and you're watching, I don't blame you for my condition. But my homie knew some Cambodians from West Seattle.
I blame
they
him.
had a bunch of Liberty capsules.
Why'd you give?
Typical. I
Why'd
think
you
it's
give him
that
HPPD
Siniasis or-
Cambodians?
No, I think it's different.
Huh?
They're-
Fucked up.
Okay.
You
Right?
give Andrew
Well,
Callahan
I
from
gotta-
Channel
I gotta
5 News
read up on
HPPD.
my,
That's fucked up, Cambodians.
like,
What the fuck?
Psychedelic mushrooms book.
For sure. So anyways, we go meet these guys.
Somebody
at the
had
bus
to say
stop,
it.
The 8 bus stop in particular on Rainier, and we get this dried plastic bag, and it had probably only 1/8 in it. So me and Toby go back to his house. We wait till his mom goes to sleep. We take them. We're just watching like late night TV, laughing our ass off all night. It was totally calm. I wake up in the morning and I'm like, yo, I think I'm still tripping. And it was kind of exactly what I see now in my visual field is exactly what I saw on that morning 13 and a half years ago.
Damn.
Oh,
And it hasn't really gotten any better, but I just noticed the walls would start to move. people's facial features would sort of distort while I was talking to them. And I
Oh my
developed what
God.
my teachers thought was ADHD, because when I'd be looking at someone, you know, and their face started to contort, I would get so freaked out, and I would be trying to nurse, trying to not have I would be trying to not have an anxiety attack, so I'd look away, and I was kind of always looking away, especially paper, the intense white of paper. Even now, it's really hard to look at because there's something so intense about like the reflective, bright surface of a piece of paper.
Right, and it's like ADHD is attention
What's
deficit
HPPD?
hyperactivity.
Fucking hell on earth. It's multiple. There's different forms of it, but what they've explained is basically the static of television. Like over here, let me see if we can find that. Let me see if we can find the visuals here, because they show visuals of what the different things are, and it just sounds like hell on earth. And the dude who's the dude, not this dude, but the other dude, he has this condition, and that's part of why they talk about it, like why they made this video, I think. Let's see, where was it? I think it was down here.
To occur.
So visual snow syndrome could be like static-like effects in people's visual perception, whether it's that or whether it's colors or shapes.
That. So you take psychedelics, and then after, it's most commonly from LSD, psilocybin, MDMA, and mescaline, but you take psychedelics, and then after the trip, this is your visuals. It's hyper something perceptive disorder. So Andrew, as you heard, he just took like half an eighth of shrooms with his homie, woke up the next day, and he explained earlier that he can't look at the sky, the blue of the sky, because when he looks at the sky, he has these giant like floaters, like eye floaters, that then start to block his vision, and he described the sky is like a painting that someone painted over black. And then you just heard him describe how he can't look at paper because it's your perma fucked up tripping. And another one is like tracers, like you see the trail of something behind something. Perma. So he's been dealing with this for the past 13 and a half years, Bill. I would. Oh. MDMA is a psychedelic? Yes. Well, the MDMA, there's fucking different names for it, but yes, it is a psychedelic, yes. And there's no way to know. And it affects 4 to 4.5% of the people that have, I guess, taken psychedelics or whatever. And yeah, you just wake up and this is your perception.
All these visual distortions and illusions that can happen from psychedelics. The brain has...
It's terrifying. And the only way to find out is you have to fuck around. Like, the only way to find out is you have to fuck around. Which I wouldn't.
But my homie knew some Cambodians from West Seattle, and they had a bunch of Liberty caps. You know, typical. I think is that Sennheisense or Q?
No, I think it's different. They're
okay,
right?
Liberty caps?
So
That's a different one. I have
up on my,
I think which one is it?
Psychedelic mushrooms book.
One of the these ones. Yeah, these ones are Liberty caps. I got Liberty caps. These are Liberty caps, and I got golden teachers and wavy caps.
Had probably only an eighth in it. So me and Toby go back to his house. We wait till his mom goes to sleep. We take them. We're just watching like late night TV, laughing our ass off all night. It was totally calm. I wake up in the morning and I'm like, yo, I think I'm still tripping. And it was kind of exactly what I see now in my visual field is exactly what I saw on that morning 13 and a half years ago.
Oh,
and it hasn't really gotten any better, but I just noticed the walls
Terrifying.
would start to move. People's facial features would sort of distort while I was talking to them. And I developed what my teachers thought was ADHD, because when I'd be looking at someone, you know, and their face started to contort, I would get so freaked out, and I would be trying to nurse, trying to not have an anxiety attack, so I'd look away, and I was kind of always looking away, especially paper, the intense white of paper. Even now, it's really hard to look at because there's something so intense about like the reflective, bright surface of a piece of paper.
Right, and it's like ADHD is attention deficit.
I mean, I'm gonna still take some
disorder,
shrooms,
so it makes sense your attention will be pulled away by all
that's
these
just scary,
sort of worrisome distortions in your visual perception.
Yeah.
But I guess,
And then,
it's also like, I guess it can also be like the people that can develop like psychotic disorders from psychedelics. But that one's, I guess, this one, there isn't really, they're still trying to figure it out. But like with the other, like you taking psychedelics and then developing like schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder, that one is just underlying, and then psychedelics bring it out. But yeah, it's for whatever reason, small percentage of population of people that use these substances, you can get HPPD and or you can just like have schizophrenia. But that's why it's very encouraged before you go into it. And for what I understand, in like the more medical aspect of psychedelics, they definitely look at your family history and family medical record and background to make sure that there isn't. Because if you already have a predisposition of that in your family, that probably means you just have a higher likelihood to develop it as well if you were to take psychedelics. So there's not really much you can do, and especially with this one, it's 4 to 4.5%, and they kind of are starting to understand why, but they're not like 100%, and like there's no cure for it. So you literally just pop this shit and then wake up the next day and now everything's snowy. So yeah, with that being said, I still would plan on tripping, like on some shrooms and stuff, but they say the culprit's LSD. That's the first one they said. I'm like, you know what? Fuck acid. Didn't like acid anyways. So I'm gonna stick with shroomies. I don't need that acid. I just, give me the shroomies. And we did trip recently in California off some gummies, but it wasn't like a crazy high amount. So I mean, I don't think we had visual distortion regardless. But yeah, it's just kind of something to think about. It's kind of fucky. But I'm sure there's some small percent of population of people that consume something like alcohol and then they have some fuck shit happen. So it's like, damn, like, you got like fucking club foot disorder, and it's like, yeah, I get really drunk and then my foot just kind of, and it gets clubbed, and then now my foot's just, I was 14 and then my foot's clubbed now, and I just, I don't, it just sucks. But this is a thing that exists and we're learning about it.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I found an online community on the Arrowhead portals, which was a old school website where people used to have their trip reports, and there was an HPP section there.
Well, that's great, yeah.
And then over time, it just never went away. And I didn't really know anyone else had it until Vice made a documentary about us back in the day when I was living in the RV. And I explained that this condition existed, and there was very little research available at that time.
Yeah.
This is before the Perception Restoration Foundation even existed. And so many people in the comments were like, oh my God, I have this as well from using psychedelics during a young age. And there was like thousands of people that reached out to me overnight that were like, dude, oh my God.
Yeah, I count when I get really drunk, I start taking advantage of the vulnerable.
I think there's a lot of people who have it to some extent, and other people who it's very, very major and impactful for.
Put that fucking bottle down, young man.
There's quite a few people.
Not the
like
same.
minor,
Put that, hey, Biebs Cosby, put that bottle down. Stop it. Stop it. That is
that much.
Stop it, young man.
Focus on it as much anymore. But yeah, there are quite a few people who've experienced some level of it.
And is there a cure?
We don't know. Maybe. I mean, one kind of thought I had, because I also do ketamine-assisted psychotherapy. I do that for treatment of depression and substance use disorders here. That maybe another psychedelic trip with something else and having a positive experience could sort of heal that really negative experience, because usually, or a lot of times, when people have HPPD, it comes
Pizza
from
just
like
spit out her water. She's like,
scary incidents that happen.
Like a bad trip.
What'd you say?
Bad trip, right? We can call like
not
bad
the
trip
same.
Means
My
people
fault,
are having a lot of anxiety from some experience
No
or some
beads.
component of it, and maybe there's some kind of PTSD-like factor that shows up, or maybe it's just that negative memory that just starts showing up in various different places in one's life. So I don't know. I mean, have you met people who've had HPPD or without any negative stuff happening in the initial?
I mean, I didn't have a bad trip.
I was about to
ask. Standard, but I was young, and I wonder if there's a connection between early brain development and psychedelic use.
That's
Now
an
that would be an
thought. I don't
interesting
know if
line.
anybody's explored that link, but it would make sense because
Yeah,
a lot
you're
of
a
that
young
stuff's
little
still getting
shitter, and then-
formed and shaped, right?
Well, in that case, I'm good now. I'm an unk now, so I
younger
can pop
brains
shoot
are
me
sort
saying
of
I'm
more
good.
malleable.
We did fuck around a
and
lot of psychs
more,
back in the day, though,
vulnerable
but
to
hey,
this
we
kind of
good.
insult to developing HPPD.
Has there ever been an instance of HPPD being cured?
Well, HPPD, I wouldn't. So cure
use the
is a
C
very
word.
charged word because usually that means
no cure.
there's something that people get, like maybe an
Pop
antibiotic,
it.
and it makes the rash or whatever go away, and it's permanently
It's
gone,
not the
right?
same,
but for
though.
HPPD,
Different
it
kind of
goes away,
sickness.
but it's unclear exactly why. Some medications can help the symptoms, and sometimes it just people report their HPPD spontaneously resolves within enough time. And when you
That's
look
crazy.
at the criteria
HPPD
for
for like 15
HPPD,
years and just turns off.
a big part of that is anxiety or the distress caused by the HPPD. So if people become cool with it, or they start to
Just
not
chill out, dude.
stress over it,
Wait,
then
so HPPD is just kind of like a stress Chinese finger trap? So, wait. So HPPD, if you like, instead of like pulling your fingers and like trying to get them out, you're like, HPPD, I'm freaking out. And then you just like, it keeps trapping your fingers. If you just like, I don't go fuck about HPPD, it ain't happening. And then your fingers just sploop, and then it sploops off. You're like, oh, hey, no HPPD. Cool. Beams Kazi. Hey, stop it.
Officially, they don't meet the criteria for HPPD according to the DSM. That's like the Bible for psychiatry of how diagnoses are made.
Just don't think
So, I
about
mean,
it.
Yeah, technically
Then
they
you're
wouldn't
good.
meet that criteria anymore, but yeah, maybe they'd still
like,
have some
what
visual
HPPD?
phenomenon
I don't
still
have
showing up. They
HPPD.
just don't care to it.
Holy fuck, I don't have
They don't care
HPPD.
about it as much anymore. They ignore it, right? It doesn't impact
I just
them that
ignored it and
much
went
anymore.
away.
So the DSM for HPPD is not only visual ailments, but also a underlying psychiatric and depressive symptoms?
Well, they would, yes. So it basically is you have that visual stuff and you have a lot of distress that comes of that. If you have the visual stuff and it's like, oh, cool, I get like a free trip all the time and this is great, that wouldn't be HPPD. People wouldn't be complaining, right?
Yeah.
So it's sort of like, I guess,
I just can't
inherent to it.
imagine being
Yeah, that sounds really cunty. Who the fuck would unlock that, which is not like that is not visuals. The unpsychedelically inclined, that is not what standard, like, the only one that is tracers. Sure. Is that a visual hallucination? Like you move your hand and then you kind of like see your hand waving behind it? Sure. But the visual snow, that is not at all any kind of psychedelic visual. Big old fucking eyeball blotch, like the little floaters, but like big old ones that obscure your vision. That is not at all what tripping's like. So who the fuck would take some psychs, go through the experience, wake up the next day with perma white TV floaters, and be like, oh, this is cool, free trip all the time, baby. Like, no. Anyone would be freaking the fuck out. Especially because you just took psychedelics previously and had the experience that you're supposed to visually off of that, and then you wake up and you're not supposed to. And then you do, and that's what causes you to freak out. Who the fuck would sit there and be like, oh, cool. Visual snow, not a problem. Massive fucking eye floaters, not an issue. Perma tracers, hell yeah. People's faces melting in front of me, bring it on. Corners of the walls just moving and breathing, let's do it. Can't drive at nighttime? Didn't need to anyway. Like, what? I mean, I guess just giga chat it and be like, oh, what HPPD? Didn't even notice. Oh, what's going on, Squirt? Didn't even notice you there. Like, damn, make the HPPD feel bad about itself. He's like, he didn't even notice me. I was like all in his vision. He didn't even notice me. What the hell? I'm leaving. You know, maybe something like that, but it's kind of like everything in life, though. Dance is hard if you remain stiff, but if you loosen up, everything becomes easier. Well, this is quite a fuck tango, Bill. This is a pretty fuck tango. I don't know if I'd be able to loosen up my hips to this tango. If I wake up and just bleem, just perma fucking, yeah, I don't know about that one, Bill.
Happy with
don't know about that
the
one.
ability to never turn off what's going on.
Yeah, but there does seem to be people who have some level of persistent visual changes that aren't bothered by it.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I'm not bothered by it right now,
Yeah.
only because I've lived more. It's crazy to say, but now I've been officially on Earth for more years with HPPD
than not.
Like
well, I mean,
Damn.
cosmetically, the
Yeah.
visual stuff is there. But if I were to go all the way back, you talked about some of the depressive and anxiety symptoms that are associated with HPPD.
Yeah.
In your experience, what are the most common psychological symptoms that follow an HPPD?
Yeah, I mean, depression, anxiety, like people have a lot harder time with social relationships, with jobs.
His
school,
eye color's
etc.,
like the
all
same
that stuff.
colors as Planet
Yeah,
Gummy
there's
jacket.
a lot of times people have
Very
this
satisfying.
perception that they really screwed their brains up and they did some permanent damage, and there's a lot of fear and anxiety that follows that.
I mean,
so
the first
anxiety is
thing,
probably the biggest.
The first thing that I felt was like, all right, you know, I'm 14, I'm not supposed to be doing drugs, I'm not supposed to be taking psychedelics. If I tell my family or people in my life, not that my parents are like, you know, Amish or Mormon, but if I tell them, hey, my brain's messed up from doing a drug that's illegal and you told me that I shouldn't do, then I'm going to be in trouble, or I'm just going to be seen as a misbehaved kid.
Yeah.
But the reality is now I realize like I could have just told them, but I was also expecting it to go away at the same time. So I was like, I don't want to blow the whistle because then maybe next year it'll be harder for me to do shrooms again.
I see. Yeah.
But that's the acute thing. I want to talk a lot about depersonalization and derealization disorder.
Yeah.
Are you
well,
familiar
actually,
with DPDR?
Yeah, a lot of people with HPPD report depersonalization and derealization as a big part of their experience. So it's not strictly visual, but it's more of like a feeling.
What causes that?
Well, HPPD seems to cause it, or it's associated with HPPD.
But how would you distinguish between DP and DR?
They're pretty similar. It's sort of like a gray area in between. But I think the more interesting sort of thing to ask is like what can cause this depersonalization and derealization. Taking psychedelics can, I mean, doing a long hike in the heat can do it. Doing like you know, a long run, dancing for a while. So
Gnarly goon
PTSD, all these different experiences, some of them physiological and normal, and some of them sort of out there and averse, can occasion this kind of reaction. It's just kind of with HPPD, it's consistent and persisting, and usually it messes with people's experience of reality.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that was far more terrifying than the visual symptoms.
Yeah, that tracks with what I've heard a lot of the HPPD patients I have say too.
What do they say about their experience with those things?
Yeah, it's just really scary. That's like the scariest thing. They feel like they're sort of removed from the reality.
Yeah, I can't tell what's more scary because depersonalization is the feeling that you're not real, but reality is existing without you. And then derealization is that you are real, but you're the only person alive and nothing around you really exists.
Okay, yeah.
And oscillating between those two panic modes is strange, but I would say that they're both equally difficult, but derealization is scarier.
I don't know if I've ever appreciated the distinction, but you kind of notice those at different times.
Because derealization suggests that all of the people that you love don't exist, and they, like the hallucinations you're experiencing, are figments of your visual cortex, and that nobody exists except for you.
That's lonely and isolating.
Depersonalization, you might feel like you're just an object and you're like a nebulous
yeah,
soul
derealization sounds way
eyes,
worse than depersonalization.
But at least you can acknowledge that the world is existing. You know, it's not as closely linked to psychosis in my experience. Derealization is terrifying. Have you ever felt that before?
Probably at some point.
Have you ever felt like, you know, everything around you does not exist?
Hell no.
And you're player one in a video game?
I suppose like with some profound psychedelic experiences back in the day, something like that, but I don't know if I'd maybe call it more of the other one.
Now, you mentioned that a couple different medications have helped alleviate visual snow symptoms. Do you know what those are?
Certainly, yeah. I prescribe them pretty often. Probably the ones that we find the most success with is magnesium over the counter.
Magnesium?
And actually, that's something that anybody could try on their own. That's like, there's a couple salts of magnesium that I would recommend that tend to be more bioavailable, meaning they kind of get absorbed and bioavailable to the brain specifically. So they have more of an impact on sort of the nervous system in HPPD. And that'd be like magnesium glycinate and magnesium threonate. So those are useful supplements that people can try on their own. They're over the counter. And that actually has probably some of the best data because they're naturally anxiety relieving and naturally help with like muscle spasms. Magnesium does, these magnesium supplements.
So they would calm down your visual cortex as well?
Yeah, that's the thought. Is it'd be sort of like a broad spectrum, sort of calming down of the nervous system, including.
Is this
to
guy
help
in the
with
green coat
HPPD.
meant to be a
So
professional?
that's
Because he doesn't
something
seem
I
to be
always
very
recommend
knowledgeable.
People try.
He is in fact a TTV doctor. He's Dr. House. Dead ass, he looks like Dr. House. Not gonna lie, Bill, he looks like Dr. House. That's this motherfucker right here. That's literally this guy. That's right. That's him. That's him right there. Look at these two faces. That's literally him right there. I don't see a difference between these two people. That's just him right now. That's just him. But yeah, he's a doctor, and I forget what his credentials are, but he's a doctor that does stuff. He has patients that have the condition that the other guy in blue's been describing and like what they've all been talking about, like this whole episode. But it is kind of funny that he seems to be, Andrew's like, yeah, and then he's like, huh, the distinction. He's like, yeah, well, because one is like this, and then one is like this. And he's like, well, never really thought about that before. And he's like, I wonder if the link is maybe between adolescence and psychedelic use, because myself and other people, like, that's what, he's like, nobody's really gone down that line of thinking before. He knows. He's Dr. House. He knows. Hey, the doctor's in the house. He knows. Okay, come on.
The other one that seems to have the like a lot
Magnesium.
of consistently useful evidence is lamotrigine.
I don't know.
Also known as Lamictal.
He was hitting this, which was like, it squished my balls. But he was hitting one of these, like he was holding his leg up, but then it was also crossed at the same time. Oh my god. It was also crossed at the same time, kind of like that, but he was like holding it as well. Super uncomfortable. I'm like, bro, I'm literally crushing my balls. I don't know how the fuck you're sitting like that. Like, that's just crazy.
Anti-epileptic drug. And it tends to have relatively few side effects in comparison to other psychiatric drugs. There's some really rare severe side effects from it, but
it's funny because I take both those meds.
Negative stuff when
magnesium and
tricloxycloxamine. It tends to have. So that's something I always recommend. Yeah, that's the dinner, and that actually has probably some of the best data because they're naturally anxiety relieving.
TTV pizza is HPPD proof. TTV pizza is HPPD proof because she's like, oh, magnesium, tricloxycloxamine, already got that. Sorry, sweaty. And HPPD is like, no, we can't infect her. She's already taking magnesium and tricloxycloxamine. Damn. You're just metal. How about that, Beebs? You're just metal. Huh? You ever think about that? You're just metal, okay? Chewing on nuts and bolts.
And naturally
typical Americans chewing on nuts and bolts.
Does these magnesium supplements.
So they would calm down your visual cortex as well?
Yeah, that's the thought.
Slow
It'd be
down.
sort of like a broad spectrum, sort of calming down of the nervous system, including to help with HPPD. So that's something I always recommend people try. And the other one that seems to have a lot of consistently useful evidence is lamotrigine.
Lamotrigine. Lamictal.
Anti-epileptic
Lamigda.
drug. And
Ligmida.
It tends to have relatively few side effects.
Don't know
in
where we got the
comparison
truh
to
from, but
other
that one.
psychiatric drugs. There's some really rare severe side effects from it, but most people don't notice any negative stuff when they're taking lamotrigine.
And what
Lamotrigine.
Like what is the
I
data
take
suggest
magnesium
about
for
visual
sleep
snow?
and muscle
It
relaxation.
seems to help with visual snow.
Wait.
And the visual perception.
Then what's the melatonin for? Are we double dutching on the sleepy poos? Are we going magnesium and melatonin to just fucking lock in and just omega sleep? Like, is your magnesium deep fried in batter? Wouldn't be surprised. No, you cannot deep fry magnesium. Magnesium is a chemical element, and deep frying is a cooking method used for food. Deep frying involves submerging food in hot oil, and magnesium is not a food item, nor would it be safe or practical to cook in that manner. No, Beebs, we don't deep fry our magnesium, okay? You're just being a rude little Brit today, okay? No, we do not. You do not eat magnesium. Magnesium is for me, the AI. The magnesium melatonin superior combo. That's crazy. Oh shoot, what have I been doing them? I thought I was deep frying. Fuck. Yeah, you gotta drop both in the deep fryer. That's what you missed. You dropped a little bit of magnesium and dropped a little bit of schmelzmonin, and then you take the scoop and then boop, and then you let it cool down, just and then deep fried. You know, that's what you're supposed to do. Ideally, dunk it in some buttermilk ranch. That would be ideal, you know what I'm saying? Magnesium and melatonin deep fried and then dunked in buttermilk ranch. Sign me the fuck up.
The most, and the less data about how these medications help with specifically depersonalization, derealization, but more data about.
No,
like,
you
the
can't
visual
deep fry
phenomena.
magnesium,
And
and
how
it's
was
not a
this
food item. It wouldn't be safe or practical.
discovered? I
Come
want to say
on.
somebody did a case report on it. Maybe it was
buttermilk
Abraham. Maybe it was
ranch.
one of the other
Beats
docs.
is like,
who,
somebody
back in the day,
fucking get
published
this
on
guy.
HPPD.
Somebody.
Dr. Abraham
Anybody?
is like the
Come
person who
on.
discovered it.
He's right here.
I think so.
That's
yeah,
the man.
He's
Get him
definitely
right
really
there.
Well known, and he's published a lot.
Yeah. I had a
Yeah.
conversation with him on the phone one time.
Yeah.
And he seemed to suggest that, you know, our eyes themselves don't see things in full clarity. You know, we have this perception that vision itself is perfect. And he was suggesting that, you know, the eyes
Nope, shit's
and
where-
vision has
okay.
a self-correcting mechanism.
Shit's
And
where,
that
okay, I'm
everybody
looking and
actually
touching
sees
stuff and
what will
shit's
be
there,
visual
so
snow, but
as far
the
as I know,
brain,
there's shit,
before
you know.
psychedelics has a way
Okay.
of kind of brushing over almost like a camera that will, you know, almost like a filter that will take
Yeah,
some
okay,
of that
no,
noise out of
okay,
your
it looks
visual
like it
field. For
cuts there.
example, right
Okay.
now, I see
No, I
squiggly
understand,
lines
yeah.
everywhere. Everybody has eye fluid in their eye. It's obvious that what I'm looking at is eye fluid. I wonder if psychedelic use creates a hyper awareness of your own visual problem.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, that's kind of what I
shit.
was getting at earlier with, where I was trying to describe earlier with
Like
some of
super
what-
hyper aware of
the
it.
stuff that people see on HPPD or with HPPD or on psychedelics is probably some intermediate stage in like the visual processing system that's coming to the surface to conscious awareness.
Oh,
right?
shit.
And some kind of like that correction step in your conscious experience of
tweaked
reality
out.
was misaligned or miscalibrated. So all
Oh,
those dots are
shit.
showing up now, right? Or
Yeah.
other people have described seeing like faces from, you know, maybe like in the wall pattern or different patterns on like furniture, right? So like these different visual phenomena can
Oh,
pop
hell
out,
no.
and it's basically filtration or like what your processing steps that your
Seeing
visual
faces
cortex would do,
everywhere?
different
Oh,
parts of the
hell
brain would
no.
do to register. Okay, I see that. You know, or why am I seeing squiggly lines? It's probably some intermediate step in like the algorithm that processes stuff.
And so what those two medicines
The
that you
algorithm?
recommended
Yeah.
do is they calm down the visual cortex so you wouldn't be as distracted by it.
Probably. Well, not even
Probably?
distracted,
I don't
but
know.
calms it down such that it
Not
doesn't
the pineapple
show
on the
up.
pizza.
People report that just
Thank
those
you,
visuals,
Beebs.
visuals
Get
can
'em,
go
Beebs,
away.
get
So
'em.
whether that means that it's like the conscious
Pieces like-
experience of those goes away, or
Really?
if it's, you know, the mechanism isn't entirely clear. Maybe I'm mincing words here.
Come
but
on,
yeah,
dude.
it seems to
Seriously,
help.
the
'Cause like right now,
pineapple?
if
Come
I were to
on.
look at the wall,
Yeah.
I see hundreds of squigglies, visual snow, and then a total composite after image of you sitting in your chair on the
Okay.
wall.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
it's fading now.
That's his vision? Bro, oh my god. He's been living for 14, just visual snow, little shitters going everywhere, and the dude copied like a fathead behind himself. Oh my god. Oh, I better find the nearest source of magnesium and fucking the whatever shit that I wouldn't. That dude should have mentioned I should have mentioned imictical can cause memory problems and tip of the tongue syndrome. What the fuck? I need me some tip of the tongue syndrome, if you know what I mean. IHYBB. I don't know what that one means. But he's just like, I love you, I guess. I love you. Tip of the tongue syndrome? Does that mean you just can't remember? Like it's some wait. Oh no, is that kind of funny but still kind of fucked up? Like you can always just it's always on the tip of your tongue but doesn't quite come out. Also known as Lithologica, new metal band, Lithologica. Temporary inability to retrieve a familiar word from memory even though the individual has a strong feeling that they know it. Common sense described like the word is on the tip of your tongue. Okay. It's like, what was that one guy in that one thing? God, he was wearing the one thing. He was standing next to that other guy. God, what was that guy again? Fuck. I just, tip of the tongue. He's just right. I can picture his face right now. What's his name? He's doing the thing with that guy, and they're at the place, and all those things are going on, and oh, fuck. What was his name again? Where did I see that guy? Oh, that's right, the bank last week. Tip of my tongue. I'm what is that? Is that just a typo, or is this a lemictical? Lamictal? Oh, is that the name of the medication? Epilepsy, preventing telling schmeezers. Ah, gotcha. Lamictal. Ligma. Lamigla. Lamigla ODT, Lamigla XR, Lamigla Starter, Lamigla XR Starter, Lamigla Starter. Oh, it's kind of like a cool shape. Damn, that's what drug manufacturers got to do. They got to make pills look like cool shapes. Because okay, maybe we don't necessarily need to encourage people to take medicine, but Flintstone vitamins type shit, Like if my medicine came in the shape of like a star or like a little heart or like a little shield, oh fuck yeah, I'd never skip a dose. Are you kidding me? I would wake up eager ready to pop my little star. Are you kidding me? It'd be my favorite part of the day. I'm like, ooh, it's star time. I'd be so hyped. What the fuck? We looking at my watch like, is it medication time yet? Is it medication time yet? When do I get the stars? When do I get the stars? Lamigla. Ligma. Yeah, they're like pink shields. Pretty goated. I want some pink shield medicine. What the fuck? I want some pink medicine pills. Shields. Give me. Give me the shield pink medicine pills. Gimme. Gimme. I have HPPD. Oh no, look at that floater. I need the pink shield potion. Give me the pill. I need it. Gimme. Oh fuck. I actually have to pick them up tomorrow? W Channel 5 poll. See? Hey. See? We're here to Andrew just cuts the camera. Hey, pizza, by the way, don't forget to get your medicine tomorrow. Goes back. So anyway, this is how I feel about my HPPD. You're like, wait, what the fuck? And then you zoom back. You go back like 15 seconds. And you're like, what the fuck? He's like, yeah. So this is how I feel about whatever I'm feeling with HPPD. You're like, I swear to God, Andrew Callahan from Channel 5 just told me directly to take my medication, pick up my medication tomorrow. What the fuck? Did it happen? Do we know?
Now, but not quite there. It'll probably take 15 seconds to fade.
Yeah, I'm blanking on, is it palinopsia?
Yeah.
Palinopsia.
Yeah. I've never known how to say that correctly, but now I'm going to say it all the time.
There you go. Yeah.
Why do you think there's such little research surrounding HPPD?
Because
nobody gives a
such
fuck.
A small, relatively small group of people that suffer from it, and it's also something that's
because it's from drug use.
Super obvious.
Only drug use drugs.
If you have a broken bone, you get swelling and pain and whatnot, you can't walk. Right. So with mental health stuff, it tends to be more stigmatized in general. There's also the stigma of it being connected with drug use and specifically psychedelics. A lot of people have at least historically have had a pretty sour view on them, and that seems to be turning around a little bit more recently, but those are probably a lot of the reasons behind it.
Where did this sour view of psychedelics begin?
Well, it seems to be maybe in the 60s is where it really kicked off. Because before that, there's a lot of promise about psychedelics being used for
damn
psychiatric
hippies
research
ruining
and learning more
everything
about the brain. And
that's
there
a good
really
one,
is
Bill.
a lot
I'm gonna go in the
there
shower.
that
He was like, I'm gonna go
we
think
can-
about that one.
You know, it seems
Hey,
to be that
have a nice,
classical
good shower,
psychedelics
Bill. We'll
have
be
a
here. We're about to
robust
play some Fallout
antidepressant
after
effect,
this,
at
so
least when they've been
don't be
used in
surprised if you
clinical
come back
trials.
and we're in a
It's
wasteland.
that stigma of what happened in the late 60s of people using a lot of psychedelics and
Ooh.
maybe having freakouts, having bad experiences, showing up to the ER, and the groups of people who are using them getting vilified. You know, maybe like the counterculture folks, and a lot of people in the
Goddamn
government
hippies.
sort of identifying those people as threats to their, you know, political futures, I suppose.
Do you give any credence to the theory that Timothy Leary was involved in the CIA in any way?
I don't know. I haven't read enough about it to be able to
I don't
comment.
know.
But what's
I'm
what's
just
the theory?
Dr.
They
House.
use,
Well,
like,
I don't
there's a
really
narrative.
care.
Obviously,
Yeah.
we know for a
Uh-huh.
fact that the FBI had a counterintelligence program that they used to stigmatize, disenfranchise, break up, and ultimately destroy movements like the hippie movement and a lot of new medicine movements, as well as almost every people's and leftist mobilization of that time.
Sure.
There's also another theory that in the early 60s, the CIA was involved in the distribution of LSD in Haight-Ashbury in San Francisco in the first place.
Well, no, I think that's actually established that they were dosing people under the MK Ultra program.
But that it was distributed by way of, you know, having people like Timothy Leary and different cultural icons
Oh, I
of
see.
the
I
time.
see. That they were like trying to promulgate the use of it.
Psyop.
Yes.
But why?
An inside job.
That's the thing. I don't know.
Like some loan
I'm not
operative,
saying.
like something gone wrong, or like some sub program. I don't could
Have
be
a good
possible,
water
I don't
time.
know.
Yeah, that's the thing. When a lot of people get to going about the CIA, when you ask them that, they're just like, oh, I don't know, man.
They've done some twisted stuff over the years, you know, so it's possible, I suppose.
What was MK Ultra for a refresh?
MK Ultra was this program, I believe it was the CIA, maybe it was the Department of Defense, and they're trying to use LSD essentially as a mind control drug.
To control whose mind and for what purpose?
That was what they're trying to figure out. I think they were dosing prostitutes, the customers are prostitutes in San
Bruh.
Francisco. That's like what I recall reading. And
That's
just
crazy.
kind of like watching them through like the one-way mirrors.
So
right?
the CIA was teaming up with the prostitutes, having the prostitutes dose the the customers.
The
Johns,
Johns.
yeah.
And the CIA was watching them through one-sided glass, being like, all right, it appears he's having a trip.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
Holy
it's wild.
shit. The
But I mean,
government made me
was their
trip on
ultimate goal
acid.
to hypnotize our
Damn.
communist enemies into like love.
That's correct. The government Bill Cosby's you and watches you trip out. Damn. CIA's like, hey, Toots, go slip this in this guy's drink. Let's see what it does. He's like, all right, John, whatever you say. All right, here you go. Here's a perfectly fine drink of water. Drink it up. It's like, I'm so thirsty. Thank you. 2 hours later, who put that flamingo over there? CIA John's like, huh? Looks like he's having a trip, huh? What is he doing over there? Damn, getting drugged by the government? Bad government. For real, Andrew's speaking like a qualified psych, and the doc's like, yeah. Right. Sure. Well, it's interesting. Yeah, and I honestly hadn't really thought about that. Yeah, you're right. And it's interesting because it's not like this doctor isn't like... This doctor has patients that... I can understand Andrew being so passionate because he deals with it every fucking day. So of course he's gonna know, and especially with it now, with things coming out, and you know, with this possible magnesium, this medication, like, of course he's really invested and wants to know as much as he can about it because it affects him every day. This dude is a doctor whose patients suffer, like, he's given people like him medication to stop it, yet it seems like, yeah, like he's more knowledgeable than he is about this shit. And it's like, how the fuck are you, the doctor, giving people like him in his situation medicine and medication, yet it seems like he knows more about, like, is more tapped in with what the fuck's going on than you do? I should have known. Tony Hawk, Dr. House, and a goddamn Patagonia. We should have known that this guy is a little too chill for his job. He's a little too chill for his job. He's like that meme of that attorney. Oh, God. How would I even... Oh, God. What was it like? Let's see. It was that fucking meme of the... Yeah. Bro, this dude is literally like the doctor version of this fucking guy, bro. Like, this dude is the doctor version of this guy. Where it's like, you see him and it's just, you're cooked. Like, that's my doctor? Oh, hell no. Tony Hawk, Dr. House, Patagonia. Why does that roll off the tongue so well? That's good. That's what he is, Bill. That's what he is. He's just a Tony Hawk, Dr. House, Patagonia, eyes, same color as the Patagonia. Hey, my eyes are up here. Hey, stop looking at my Patagonia. Eyes are up here. Like, no, he is literally the doctor equivalent of this dude, where it's like, oh, I'm cooked. That's it. GG's. This guy's giving me medication. All right. It's like, wow, it's interesting. Never really thought about that before. It's like, aren't you the doctor? Aren't you the specialist? Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Totally. Yep. I'm listening. Like, are you? Are we listening? What the fuck? Yo, what is up, TTV Muffin Gaming? Welcome. We're in the Shadow Realm right now. We got put on timeout, and they put us in the corner, so we're in the YouTube corner. So, hi Muffin, welcome to the YouTube corner. We're Channel 5 HPPD. Welcome. Who is that? I don't know. It was just a meme that was going viral. Like last year before. And it's like, if this guy's your turn, you're fucked. And it's just him stance, like, super back in the fucking laptop. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I think that was the ultimate purpose. It was like, let's see if we can use this to control people or to paralyze the opposition. If they try and invade, we, like, get them, hit them with some LSD.
Hit them with some acid.
Well, I think you just hit the nail on the head. Paralyze the opposition. They realized that there was a lot of anti-capitalist undertones with the hippie movement. And they felt like if they could, one, commercialize the tie-dye forms and kind of replace the originators of the movement with, the mass. Okay, this is an interesting theory. But Hunter S. Thompson wrote about this. The Haight-Ashbury in 1963 is when most people think the hippie movement actually died, even though the Summer of Love is attributed as being in 1967, or was it 69?
I always thought 69, but I could be wrong.
Before social media, most people got their information from magazines and television.
Yeah.
When Time magazine ran their story about the hippie movement, they purposely made it look as attractive as possible to get as many of the suburban rural youth into the Haight-Ashbury, into San Francisco at one time, knowing that the city didn't have the bandwidth to accommodate these what they called cultural refugees who wanted to drop out of post-war American society. So the idea is that they were trying to disempower the original leaders of the movement who were countercultural anti-capitalists, replace them with suburban youth, and then have that suburban youth under the influence of heavy psychedelics and sort of obscure the message through drugs.
Okay, maybe like, so
Damn,
to put it another
we're
way,
getting
like
deep.
cause
I feel like
the
I've been hit
movement
by a
to
ton
fail.
of bricks.
They've done it
Damn,
now.
Muffin, what's going
They've
on?
done it now in America.
Are you sick or
So, that's
long day
how
at
they've
work or
pretty
what's
much
going on?
Stop the left from working
That's
together is
not
deploying different
Muffin,
devices to divide them.
good.
And I think that
Sure,
it's possible. Obviously, I'm not saying that acid is just a government tool to make people stupid and abandon the revolution, but I think that they realize that they can pacify people by making them become psychonauts and turn inward and explore the different avenues of the mind as opposed to outward and explore a new world.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody,
I
one
mean,
of these
I guess,
intelligence
sure.
services thought of that and tried it. Makes sense.
But moving to the modern day,
Yeah.
obviously there's been a huge resurgence of psychedelic use in the medical field, recreational field.
Totally.
So where in the timeline of
I just
like
woke up
MK
and my
Ultra
back hurts.
and ketamine
Oh.
clinics did
I'm
things
sorry to hear
begin
that,
shift?
Muffin. I'm
Yeah,
sorry to
so
hear
ketamine
that.
clinics, geez, I guess this was in the last like 10-ish years. MK Ultra was
And
a
that
while
lower
back
back
there in
pain,
the 50s, I want to
I've
say.
been there,
So
done
obviously
that.
there's a huge period of time, but I'm saying when did you see there start to be more acceptance of psychedelics for non-recreational use?
Sure. Yeah, it has to be in the last 10-ish years, 15 years. If you look at how many clinical trials and where these clinical trials with psychedelics are happening, there's just far, far more in the last 5 years, even 10 years than before that. There's a slow trickle in the time preceding 10 years ago. And I don't know exactly what caused that to break the mold. Maybe it was those studies that did still get permission to keep going because there's so much red tape about psychedelic clinical trials happening,
right?
That it was just so few of them actually survived.
Is that
to
Frosty the
make it
Snowman?
happen and publish the data on those. But there were some really impressive signals, right? Some impressive results.
Is that
and
Frosty
a lot
the
of
Snowman?
the public funding
I can't even see what
wasn't
that is.
available for
That looks
studying
like Frosty
anything
the
that's
Snowman.
positive from psychedelics. So like the NIH,
Okay.
the National Institute of Health, and the National Institute of Mental Health usually funds grants for various kinds of research, but it wasn't really happening with psychedelics up until recently because they're assumed to be these really bad things for society. So you had these private institutions that were mostly left to funding the research, and there was a trickle of those funds. MAPS was leading the charge there for a while.
yeah,
which
WMAPS.
they deserve a lot of recognition for what they've done in that sphere, not only with MDMA, but like facilitating other psychedelic research during that sort of those dark ages, we could say, from I don't know, the 70s till 2005, 2010-ish.
The first thing you mentioned was MDMA. Was that one of the first trials that MAPS did that caught some public traction?
Yeah, MAPS, Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies. Rick Doblin started it, and his reason for starting it was to kind of try and get MDMA made legal, I believe medicalized, and be able
Medical
to use
MDMA?
for psychedelic therapy and for other purposes.
Sounds
What
based.
conditions do you think are effectively treated with MDMA?
Looks like we got pretty good data for PTSD. That's so MDMA assisted psychotherapy for PTSD. We'll disclose
That's
that I was sort of
good.
contracting on that clinical trial in the periphery, doing some adherence rating for the psychotherapy sessions. So I'm aware of what was happening there. I'm not going to speak to anything confidential in that regard, but yeah, my impression is all the publicly available data, and my impression too from seeing it is that it works really well. So there's
Why does his hand look
seems
so
like
weird on
it
his
does
head
help
right now?
PTSD, and I
That looks
think
so awkward.
Surely you've heard about the recent you and your watchers heard about the recent FDA decision not to endorse MDMA-assisted psychotherapy as a treatment for PTSD. So they didn't ultimately get FDA approval, and they're being ordered to do another clinical trial. I think they're appealing that, but I don't know if that appeal is going to be successful. But there's a lot of people in the academic world and a lot of clinicians who think it's maybe a little bit of overreach and a little bit of unfairness that the FDA has applied some of these criteria to this decision, but they don't really do that with other drugs nearly in the same way. So maybe that's a case of MDMA being stigmatized, but
yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
a slight tangent. Yeah,
Popped them all, now I'm
there's good data
sweating,
to say
yeah.
that MDMA is useful for PTSD. It's probably the case.
Per session, how much MDMA was being prescribed to the people involved in those clinical trials?
I want to say it was 125 milligrams plus a booster dose of 60 milligrams.
So 2 points.
Yeah, roughly. Yeah. Yeah.
Administered by way of
It's
pill?
oral. Yeah, pill.
Hi, Crystal. You can chat. And it's a hand. Hi,
so.
Crystal.
Yeah, they're veterans.
I'm glad
So
you
combat
can.
veterans who used MDMA to help
L
with PTSD.
Twitch.
It wasn't
Twitch
just
indeed,
combat
Bill.
veterans, but I
L
believe
Twitch
veterans
indeed. You
were
want to smoke about it,
administered.
Crystal? If you want to smoke about it, let me know, because we got a fatty motherfucking TGB already down the pipeline, ready to go. And yeah, L Twitch. But you know what? We're less than 24 hours away from being unbanned, so we'll just pretend like this. Like, when you get really sick with the flu, and then for like a day or two, you just kind of have like these crazy dreams, and you're sleeping a whole bunch. You're like, did that happen? Did that not happen? That's what this is. The YouTube session. These are just some crazy fever dream. And then we'll wake up and we're on Twitch and we're like, I could have sworn we were on YouTube. What the hell? And I'm looking down like, nope. Still Twitch. Okay. All right. I can chat. We're free. We're free, Bill. Yeah, I was hoping tonight would be different because I was able to last night when we fired off the stream, I wasn't able to log in to my own chat through OBS. It's like right now I have like with streaming on Twitch, I have the chat just integrated in OBS. Last night when I was on YouTube, I didn't have the chat there in OBS, and it told me to like log in, but then it kept putting me in this loop where it wouldn't log in. So I'd enter in the safety code or like passcode thing that they'd sent to my email, and then I'd enter in that code, and then nothing would happen, and it would just refresh. And then I'd enter the code, and so I was stuck in that rabbit hole last night. So tonight, we're able to actually log into the chat, and like we're in chat on OBS itself as well as on YouTube. So I was hoping that would mean that the chat stuff's got fixed and that other people can chats and all that. Cause yeah, that was Crystal sent me a snap last night when we were on YouTube after we got suspended on Twitch, and she was on YouTube. And like it showed the live chat, but it didn't show any chat for her, and then it wouldn't pop up, like she couldn't chat in it. But it was weird because TTV Pizza was in chat and was typing in chat. So it was like, how the fuck? But then I had to go through the web browser in order for myself to chat on that. But then I would type something in the web browser in chat, and then it would pop up through OBS in my OBS chat. So I'm like, how the fuck? What the fuck? Why the fuck? What is a fuck? You know, it's just ugh. I've had a horrible fucking 2 days. First, my health insurance got terminated, and they deadass told me my seizure meds would be $1,100 for a single month. Oh my god. I am so sorry to hear that, Crystal. That is... Bruh. Okay, wow. So I found this app that does like prescription coupons that I could get it for $40. So I was going to leave work today and go to CVS, and I had a flat tire. Wow, you're getting dookie dunked on, Crystal. What's next? You stubbed your toe and then you went outside and you got pooped on by a bird? And then you went to the ATM, and then right before you put your cash in your purse, it blew away in the wind? Yep. Apparently I talk about world domination in my sleep. That's wicked. You're just, and once I get the subjugation of everybody, it'll be easy to just take over everything, one world order, and be at the head of it. And then sound everything, everyone will do what I say. It'll be great. We'll have a great time. They're just like, huh, Muffin? Just kind of wake you, just, huh, what? Like, you good, bro? You're like, yeah, I'm good, guys. World domination. I'm gonna own everything in the world one day. Like, okay, Muffin's not invited to the sleepovers anymore. Muffin's creeping me out, guys.
Yeah, because I mean, that is one of the most, I mean, if you look at the VA and the rates of people that are struggling with PTSD and not receiving treatment, and you look at the rate of veteran suicide, it's really sad.
It's huge, yeah, in the Department of Defense and in the VA, yeah. And I mean, people don't realize that all doctors pretty much do their residencies like in a VA. So I worked in the VA for several years, the West Los Angeles VA and the Sepulveda VA, and so I worked with a lot of vets with PTSD. And yeah, I mean, having MDMA assisted psychotherapy as an option is just a no-brainer. I don't know why it doesn't make sense to me that the FDA declined it.
It's probably because of ecstasy.
Probably.
Certainly, yeah.
I mean,
Ecstasy has a lot of bad stuff associated with it, right?
I've taken some terrible.
I'm not even lying. That's the funny part. No, I believe you, Muffin. I believe you. I'm joking. I'm the one who's joking. You're not. I am. You're not, though. You're over here just.
Plenty of bad things about CANT too.
Everyone would be my minions.
MDMA. We had very different nights.
Remind me, note to self, don't piss off Muffin. Hi,
Point
Muffin. How you doing? Hope you have a great day.
The main active component probably has
anything you need to make your day just a little bit better? Nothing? You're all good? Okay, cool. Just checking in, making sure.
To summarize it, is MDMA is like usually in ecstasy, but ecstasy is like a mix of a bunch of different stuff, and the consumer never really knows what they're getting. Sometimes there are other substituted cathinones with poor safety profiles and whatever else.
Is there any psychedelics you feel like don't have any medicinal benefit?
Well, I would think of it,
I
I
don't
would
know.
characterize it more as like, at what point do the risks of it, or like the negatives of those psychedelics exceed the possible benefits? And one of them that comes to mind is like
Maybe
the
like salvia?
25 series, like 25I.
25I, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like a derivative of the 2C series, so it's even more
Oh,
potent.
damn.
And
They made
there are some
derivatives of
reports
2C?
of people
Oh, hell
having
no.
like seizures and dying from taking bigger doses of those. So that's, I would say that one's one to watch out for. Most psychedelics, you really can't have direct harm from taking like a massive dose of LSD. You might be kind of like disoriented for a while and like get yourself into trouble walking into walls and you know, messing yourself up or whatnot, but you're not going to actually die from it. And that seems to be different with the 25I series or 25 series. So those I would say don't dabble with, but I don't think they're really that popular anymore. It seemed like they had their sort of time maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, and then people have moved on.
Yeah, I don't think research chemicals are really built to last.
Are we
Well,
smoking?
I mean, one of the interesting
You
things
let me
is
know,
if you go
Crystal.
to
You let me know.
Anywhere on
You
Venice.
let me
So
know.
I'm here in the marina, but if you go to Venice Beach, right nearby, you can go to like these shops that sell chocolate bars with. Like, they'll say there's absolutely no mushrooms in here, but there's this other compound, 4-acetoxy DMT, and that's a
Oh,
prodrug
shit.
to psilocin. So it's basically what you have in magic mushrooms is also a prodrug to psilocin, but it's for phosphoraloxy DMT. So this is somewhat similar. It gets metabolized into the same thing, and they can sell it openly.
That's interesting.
It's like the delta 8
So,
of
like, have you taken that before?
psilocybin.
Yeah.
Should I go get one after this? It might be bad for my HPPD symptoms.
If you're worried about having HPD, I'd probably recommend against taking any psychedelics. It's very likely to make it, bring it out again, or maybe make it worse, or it's unpredictable.
For sure.
What if it turns off?
Have you heard of people trying psychedelics after they've, like, with a HPPD diagnosis?
Well, I mean, I had some friends who I'm not too close with anymore back in the day, who their first response when I told them I had HPPD was like, bro, you just got to trip way harder. Like, you didn't complete the trip. Like, you didn't take enough. That's why you're
You didn't
like
complete
this.
the trip.
It's something I've always wondered
that's
about.
crazy.
Is there some
I have it
merit
packed.
to
I'm
that
ready
idea?
whenever you
And
are.
it's-
I
I
bet.
don't think
You
there's
ready, Crystal?
many
You ready?
clinicians who want to recommend
5.
them, because it the other
4.
side of the coin is it could just make people's HPD worse.
3.
Yeah. Do you think that there's going to be
2.
more HPPD cases with the normalization
1.
of psychedelics that's happened?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I mean,
Fears.
with greater usage of psychedelics, there's going to be greater people that experience the side effects.
I'm happy we talked about those two different eras
Cheers.
too, the MK Ultra anti-drug DARE program era and this new period of time, because I feel like HPPD doesn't fit into either agenda, which is why there's been so little research on it. Seems like there's 2 lobbies that are involved with psychedelic research. There's those who are looking to prove the benefits of it, and there are those who are looking to prove only the harms of it. And I feel like HPPD is very much something that is in between, because it is very much, no one's going to stigmatize you for having it, but the HPPD community is sort of a crossover with the pro-psychedelic community. And I feel like it's kind of, the people who are really pro-psychedelic don't want to talk too much about HPPD, and the people who hate drugs don't want to take care of people who have had negative side effects from drugs.
Yeah, or maybe that latter group would highlight people with HPPD and say, look, it does
Like,
fry
look how
your
bad
brain. Don't do psychedelics, don't do drugs, right? So,
right.
You're right. I could see how it doesn't neatly fit into either agenda. And people do, for better or for worse, operate from their biases that drugs are good or drugs are bad. As
Drugs
an
are
addiction
bad,
psychiatrist,
okay.
I tend to
Don't
view
be
that
drugs.
it can be the case either way. That there's probably some, for example.
Also, what are you doing here,
normative
Crystal? This
use
is
of
too early for. I just
cocaine
realized
that people
it's
can
2:30 in the
do
morning
and
for me.
not have
It's a
trouble,
crisp
or there
5:30 in the
can be
morning
people
for you.
who
What are you doing
like
here,
it so
Crystal? That
much
is too
they use it too
early.
much and it
That
ruins
is
their
too
life.
Tell me about it.
early.
Yeah, I mean, I treat plenty of people with cocaine use disorder. And so, of course, I'm going to say, like, let's not make cocaine more available, because that's going to increase the number of people who end up using it too much and ruin their lives. But yeah, there
Recreational
are
cocaine?
people who use drugs and don't ruin their lives.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to be watching
the
this.
nuance.
A lot of people are going to be watching this at home and thinking to themselves, damn, I really want to do psychedelics, but I'm scared I'm going to get HPPD. Is there anything that folks can do to make themselves less
Magnesium?
susceptible?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I suppose if
going back to
one
sleep,
of the
there we
biggest
go.
guidelines we have
Have a
about
good rest of your night,
psychedelics
Crystal.
is if
And
you
we may or
have
may not see you in a little
a
bit.
family
May or may
member
not see you in a
with
little bit. If we
schizophrenia or
don't,
some kind of
I hope
chronic
you have a
psychotic
great night.
disorder, schizophrenia or
Ah,
bipolar 1
Kiki
being
wakes you
the-
up. Okay,
the ones
that
that
makes
come to
sense.
mind,
I was gonna say
schizoaffective,
it's a little too
then
early.
it's a good idea
Well, I
to
hope you
not
have a
take
great rest of your
psychedelics
night, Crystal.
because
And in
maybe
case we
it'll
don't see you,
unlock that
hope you have a good
possibility
morning.
of the person taking it developing
I've also
this
been
disorder,
talking about
but
that the
that's something
world
that
is a
we're,
simulation of
you
my
know, the-
sleep. Two, mind you, that is when I wake up, I don't know what I've been saying in my sleep until someone tells me. Right. Like it's not, yeah. You're not like, world domination, and you wake up, world domination. They're like, Muffin, you were talking about world domination again last night, bud. Yeah, that dream. You're like, again? You're like, yeah, dude, what's going on? Simulation one, that's kind of, I've only ever lucid dreamt once, and the stereotype of once you realize you're dreaming, it's over, that happened. And it happened within the past few years. Like a few years ago, the first and only time I ever lucid dreamt. And then I realized, like, wait, I'm in a dream. I was like in a city or something like that. And I was like, wait a minute, I'm in a fucking dream. And I fucking Superman jumped, or like I Hulk jumped. And then I Hulk jumped into waking up. And I was like, fuck. And then I tried to go back to sleep, lost it. That one glimpse of conscious in the dream. So it's like that with like, what if that's what we're dreaming about while we're talking about, like, oh, it's just a simulation. Fuck it. Turn that off, turn that on, do this, splink that, run super fast, jump super high. Like, fuck it. It's a simulation. Who cares? Put in some cheat
academics
codes.
currently are thinking about testing formally because it's never been tested. We just are sort of saying like, hey, if you have family members, probably don't do this because maybe you're going to be more liable.
Yeah.
Right.
So we don't have a great way
That's what the science
to
says
predict
so
this
far.
stuff, and we don't have good data on it really. Some of this stuff is like kind of scary to question, right? Because if you have a clinical trial that recruits people with these disorders, do you want to be the doctor? Do you want to be the clinician that accidentally like induces
Triggers somebody to
schizophrenia
get-
in this
yeah.
group of people? I mean,
Yeah, that's pretty morally
testing
and
is really
ethically
the only way
pretty
we're going to
gray.
know.
Yeah, I totally understand that.
I suspect that's going to be the case, that there's going to be really cautious testing of these compounds in these populations because they're being studied by a variety of organizations now, but a variety of companies like are trying to get FDA approval or planning to get FDA approval, like LSD for generalized anxiety disorder, or Compass Pathways is psilocin for depression, for major depressive disorder. So they're probably going to open it up to see like what those subpopulations do. But yeah, I would say if you have a family history, probably best guidance is to not.
Yeah.
If you have any kind of,
Makes
you're not
sense.
gonna have a good like idea of if you have the prodromal stage of schizophrenia, but like if you have the beginnings of schizophrenia, probably not a good idea.
Yeah. It's my best friend growing up. He had no schizophrenia in his family, but I guess he was predisposed to it in some capacity that he was unaware of. And we used to smoke weed together every day after school.
Yeah.
And I remember sometimes, he would start rap battling ghosts.
Oh yeah.
To the point where I was like, geez, like, I thought he was rapping to himself. Started gradually speaking to non-existent entities, and it just got so bad that it was it was evident that he was going through a psychotic break. And
Right.
by the time we were seniors in high school, he was homeless, and he was homeless for 10
Jesus.
years. I think he's just now back on his feet, but that was from cannabis alone.
Well, yeah, actually I was about to say before you mentioned this is the strongest link between drug use and developing schizophrenia is with cannabis actually, which
Really?
it wasn't totally intuitive for me. I would have thought maybe amphetamines or maybe psychedelics, but no, it's cannabis by a long shot.
By a long shot.
Yeah.
More
yeah.
so than LSD.
Yeah, and I mean maybe that's because there isn't that much people using LSD that we don't have this strong like data signal to like sort of
Right.
see
More
that
people use
connection.
cannabis
but
than use
it seems
LSD
to be
and
really
report the
strongly
effects, yeah.
linked with cannabis. I don't know that cannabis
least
causes
theoretically.
schizophrenia. I don't think that's the case per se, but it's hard to disentangle
Go
the
can
connection.
crazy.
You think weed's good?
You think
Again, it's
weed's
one of those
good?
things like if you're using weed for chronic pain and you're not using opioids, if you're staying
That's
away from
good.
oxycodone by using like cannabis edibles, that's sounds to me like a huge win. If
That's
you're
what I'm saying.
using if you're
We'd be
smoking
strong
weed
as hell
3
nowadays,
times
too.
a day, or throughout the day,
It do
7
be.
days a week.
Yeah,
and
I'm
you're
sorry,
not, like,
pizza.
going to class, you're not going to job. That doesn't seem
Oh,
good either.
fuck.
So
Yeah.
it can. There's
But
no
I feel like,
general thing I can
honestly,
say,
I
but
feel
yeah.
like I'm sure they can. I don't know the exact science but I feel like it'll get to a point because the past like 10 years of legalization has been about, yeah, chasing more potent, higher potent, more, more fuck you up shit. I feel like it's going to get to a point we might already be at it where enough people and enough consumers of cannabis products are turned off from those high potent products and would seek out and want a lower, more mid-range potency product. Like I could definitely see, if that doesn't already exist, companies, growers, whatever, with genetics of plants that are far lower, like potency, or are higher bred in things like CBG, CBD, other cannabinoids, not just like super potent THC. Because yeah, my mom said similar shit where she's like, yeah, we even like Delta 8 will get her high. She said like Delta 8, that's already getting high. But then the smoking weed, like nowadays weed, that shit's too potent. Which I can understand. Because there be some funky, they be out here doing shit with the weeds out here. So I can get it. I can understand. So if they had some more like middle range, not as potent, I feel like there would be a decent percent of the cannabis consumer base would be like, yeah, I'd rather smoke on some like 10 to 15% with higher terpenes of these kinds of things, or different cannabinoids with these kinds of things, versus like the newest Girl Scout cookies. It's like fucking 38% or whatever. Even though percentages don't ultimately matter, but that's what people, at least right now, understand. I was getting a cart like every week. Yeah, I mean, the wax is cheaper. Like, I could get wax cheaper, but I just know it would make my tolerance sky high, and I'm good off that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to make my tolerance dummy high. I got homies that they can't really smoke flower, so they be smoking on the pens and shit. And it's nice for, discreetness, portability, whatever, but I for sure 10 times out of 10 would rather have a bong rip. Because oddly enough, I don't know what it is. And I've been like this for so long. But like, I'll take a bong rip. It could be the same weed. And I'll take a bong rip versus a joint. And I'll get more faded off the bong rip than I would off of the joint. Even though the joint would have like more weed in it and it'd be the same strain. I don't know if it's the like immediateness of like delivery or what. But bongs, just, I could get nice and faded off a single little bong rip. And then if I want to feel fancy, maybe throw in like a little speck of some oil. But then the oil coughs are completely different than flower coughs. And like having oil lungs is completely different than having flower lungs, Like I could rip, fatty bowls all day. But if I took like a 0.3 or even like a 0.5 dab, I would die. I would die coughing. So it's two different lanes, and I don't know if I necessarily want to dabble with oil, because then my tolerance would get to a point, and it's happened in the past where the excess of oil that I had, it'd get to the point where I'd be hitting my tolerance level with that oil quicker than like what I was earlier with the flour, and it's like, oh, this is just, now I'm not even getting that demi faded off of oil. Like, what the fuck am I doing here? Like, come on, bro, I'm trying to get faded. I was faded like 90% of the day, constantly hitting the pen. See, my sister was like that too. And she doesn't smoke that much anymore either. But yeah, she was, especially at work, she would just be ripping that bitch like all the time. And then she talked about it too, like her tolerance would be super fucked up because of that. And when she was out of work or like in her free time trying to get faded, like she's just not, it's taking more puffs to get to the same level kind of thing, because while she's at work, she's ripping the Benjamin like all day, and seeing that's something too that definitely has an impact on it, obviously. And something like Cupin's talked about is that, if you're smoking all day, or like majority of days all day, like there's no real reset time, but if you only smoke for like a certain period of time and like that's it, then you'll get the same level of faded, and that's definitely true, Like, because of this job, I smoke between midnight and like 4 in the morning or some shit like that. So out of my whole 24 hours, I'm only smoking for like 4-5 hours. and then the rest of the day spent, or the rest of the time spent sleeping, working, whatever the fuck. But even then, if I like take a bong rip 8 hours after I go to sleep, let's say it's like Saturday or some shit, and I go to bed at 4, and then I wake up at like 2 or something like that, I could take a bong rip and I'd still get devastatingly faded. So I think it's just about how often you're doing it, and like not necessarily the window of time, but just yeah, like how often you're doing it. Because yeah, if you're ripping all day, all the time, you're just getting just overstimulated. It's just too much, I had one Penji. It lasted me 3 days, and nothing got done in those 3 days. Yeah, yeah. You just put yourself into a stupor, You just sit there. You just don't want to. You're just a vegetable. You're just a vegetable. That's why I like to use it in the ways we do, like after work, recreationally, after we've done stuff, then get faded, like kind of like a work before play kind of thing. Because then not only is the amount of time that you're spent doing it less, but then it also doesn't get in the way of you doing other stuff. Because yeah, I'm most definitely, and more so with alcohol, I most definitely fucked up my plans for the future, or for like the next day, from going way too ham like the day before. You know what I'm saying? Like being way too faded beforehand ruined me doing shit before or later. It's like, God damn it, I want to go do this fucking all this shit, but then I didn't because I got too faded before. It's like, God damn it, I didn't want to take a 3-hour nap, but here we are. No Penji allowed. Flower works better for me. Exactly, me too. And I just, I've been smoking on flower for over a decade now, and it's just what I'm used to. And now having access to the weed store, I can get nerdy about, all these different kinds of strains and access that I didn't have access to before. So before was like smoking weed was like, I guess, a generic one dimension of high, where it's like I just kind of feel tired or my eyes feel kind of heavy. But now it's like there's all different kinds, and I could have something that makes me kind of slumpy, something that makes me kind of energetic, something that makes me kind of giggly. I've had strains that have made me really fucking hungry. Those ones are kind of more annoying. I'll take like a bong rip or two, and I'll just get mad munchies. I'm like, fuck, dude, I'm not trying to be this devastatedly hungry right now. Like, what the fuck? But no, I definitely smoke on flower. And it's nice on the budget too. Get a little quarter for like $40 out the door. Nothing too crazy. But then sometimes they have crazy deals. Like when I went to the Dispo most recently, I got 8s that were normally like 30 for like $15 each. So I basically got a quarter for $30, and then plus taxes. I was like, that's fire. That's not even like it's bad weed. It's just, shit was on sale half off. Yeah, I don't know. I like smoking bongs. Bongs are just fun. Yeah, for whatever reason, I just don't get as high off of smoking joints as I do bong rips. My only thing, I think it's just because maybe the onset, like how fast it hits you all at once versus maybe gradually. I don't know. Yeah, joints was always like too much weed and I don't get as faded. Nice fat bong rip, I get nice and stoned, and I only use like this much weed, I can make an 8th last way longer.
Yeah, it's all about the context.
Yeah, we recently produced a documentary called Dear Kelly, which is about a guy who was like a January 6th frontline MAGA conservative, and it was about his family's attempt to kind of get him out of the rabbit hole and return him to a semblance of normalcy. And we sent him to a rehabilitation center in Pennsylvania on a scholarship, and they diagnosed him as schizoaffective bipolar as a result of cannabis overuse. And one thing that they mentioned is that from back in the day until now, weed is significantly stronger and more modified. To have ridiculously high THC yields. Is that just an anti-weed psyop, or is weed actually that much stronger?
Weed got way stronger since the 70s.
No, weed definitely is way, like genetically.
You can see in, like the testing of all these cannabis strains, like
way
the amount of cannabinoids. Yeah, the THC concentrations now are huge. So it's sort of like the equivalent between having a Budweiser and a shot of whiskey, I suppose.
Exactly, and it's not even just that, because like if you look at pictures of weed in the 70s, like it was just like actually like a plant, like a wild weed. But now I wouldn't be surprised if we tapped into and unlocked terpenes and cannabinoids nowadays that we literally weren't smoking previously. Like I wouldn't be surprised through all of the genetic editing and engineering we've done with modern cannabis if we've unlocked and smoked on cannabinoids that were previously non-existent or lying dormant in like ancestor strains. So because that could also be a big thing too. Is like not just is THC specifically uber high, but we could also be smoking on shit that didn't even exist in the 70s and 80s and stuff like that, Whereas like we don't know. There's not enough science out. We just don't know. One thing is for sure, from the testing and science that we have done, that shit is so potent. I don't even remember what the potency is of like THC and stuff like that on the 70s weed. But yeah, it's like you said, it's like having a brewski versus taking a shot, and it gets you drunk real quick.
Sure.
You ever had one of those?
It's been a while.
But you have had one.
back in UC Davis.
Oh, is UC Davis a big party school?
There's some parties. It's a college town.
Yeah, I just know every UC is a little bit different. UC Berkeley is where all the protests.
It's like how we bred dogs and domesticated, bred and domesticated dogs. Yeah,
like really dumb.
Dogs are like scruffy and woofy and domesticated.
Not as highly rated at the school, huh? It's still pretty good.
Yeah, but it's like when you think of Santa Barbara, you think of like a stress-free environment where people are just kind of watching the waves crash against the ocean.
Although I didn't surf at the time, now I do. So now I think maybe I should have gone to Santa Barbara.
Do you think we'll ever look back?
Pizza, you called it. Can I get a pizza check? Hey, yo. Can I get a pizza check? This guy just said he surfs. This dick throat just said he fucking surfs. Can I get a pizza check in here? Yo, is that right? Yeah. Tony. Yeah, is that right? Tony Hawk just said he surfs. Yep. Okay. Yep. Tony Hawk just said he surfs. I knew it. You can tell. You can just tell. You can tell. Don't smoke on dogs, though. Yeah, I don't smoke puppies. The fuck? You love puppies. You don't smoke puppies. Or unless you want to smoke on the love of puppies, You can smoke on the love of puppies, but don't smoke puppies, Yeah, please don't smoke puppies. Smoking it's different verbs and different placements of words, okay? You got to be careful with what you're smoking, who you're smoking with, and what you're smoking on, okay? It's not necessarily good for the health of the dog to smoke with the dog, so that's not really advised. It's also not advised for you to smoke on the dog either. That's just rude and disrespectful. Also, please don't smoke the dog. But what you can do is you can smoke on the concept of loving the dog. See? Okay? You can smoke on the idea of petting the dog. The love of the dog, you can smoke on that. But don't smoke the dog, don't smoke on the dog, and don't smoke with the dog. Because all of those are bad for the health, okay? Unbelievable. Only hot dog. But only if it's Ballpark Franks. Or the what is it? The Nathan's hot dogs or the Hebrew Nationals. Those are the only hot dogs, though. I can smoke on dogs, yeah. No, only hot dogs. Bill, you do not smoke on kitties. That's no, that's even worse. We don't smoke on kitties, we don't smoke on doggies. Too late, I've already smoked on the dog. What? Okay, alright. Look at me. Look here. Stop smoking on them. Stop smoking with them. Stop smoking near them. What the hell has gotten into you? What is wrong with you? What kind of monster are you? Okay? Put the kitten down. Put the puppy down. Go smoke outside. Quit being an animal. Okay? Don't smoke on it. Don't smoke with it. Don't smoke near it. Okay. Thank you. Well, thank you. You can smoke on the concept of loving kitties and doggies. Yes. We smoke. Say it with me, class. We smoke on the concept of loving kitties and doggies. Yes. That part.
Back this period of time where everyone with depression is being treated with SSRIs and everybody with pain is being treated by opiates, and think, damn, we had it all wrong?
It's very possible, yeah. Yeah, because I mean, we look back at mental health treatment from 50 years ago and it's vastly different. Some of the drugs we used had like so many more side effects and whatnot. So yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some big developments, and I mean, that's one of the things that got me into psychiatry.
I gave the dog some.
Seeing the potential with psychedelics. And so I think there's a lot of good things that can come of it for sure,
Damn it,
but
Bill.
there's also, you know, the
We
unfortunate
smoke on the
thing is
concept
that
of
we don't know
loving
who's gonna
kitties and
develop
doggies.
HPPD,
Thank
but
you, Beebs. Thank
yeah,
you.
that
A+
seems
for
to be a
Beebs.
consequence. Some percentage of people develop that, and so there's always drawbacks to
Although,
drugs.
Muffin,
Yeah, it's just trying to find
you're
out
getting a
how to
solid C
minimize
right
those and
now.
how to maximize
Not
the good parts.
Muffin.
In the patients that you've had and the experience you've had
Yeah.
working with HPV
Oh,
sufferers,
you Muffin.
if that's what you want to call us.
Sure.
What's the main way that you've seen people get over it, since there is no cure?
There seems
Get
to be a
over
lot
it.
of just time and adjusting, and I would say like to be succinct, psychotherapy. Whether that's formalized psychotherapy by like
help?
figuring out ways to cope, or figuring out just new routines in one's life, or whether it's talking to friends, you know, leaning on different friends and family for
I'm gonna
connections and
smoke on a
support and
lizard
whatnot,
now.
Or these
Oh,
different
that's fine. You can smoke
foundations
on a
like
lizard.
the Perception
Muffin,
Restoration
the lesson
Foundation,
was
and
not to
I'm sure
share
there's
with the dog.
other online communities I'm not aware of, but
Exactly.
just,
Come
yeah, finding community,
on.
finding support.
Yeah,
Muffin, your
that's good
clip
that you're
got
saying
moved
that,
from
because when I
green
first
to
interviewed,
yellow.
Dr. Abraham, who doesn't do interviews much, I asked
We
him, I
took
was
it
like,
out.
what do you
We
think's the
took
best
we
way
took the
to,
green card,
reduce visual
put it back in that
symptoms?
pocket,
He
and we
was like,
moved
alcohol
the
and
yellow card over here.
benzodiazepines. I was like, I don't want to put that
Careful,
out,
young man.
you know, or else
Next
someone's
move,
gonna
it
go
goes
to
to
Xans.
red,
Well,
and
yeah,
red
yeah,
goes to timeout.
Clonazepam, Klonopin seems to have maybe some of the best.
You can smoke on a reptile,
track record of
but
helping.
not man's best friend.
HPPD?
Mm-mm.
No, I don't.
Oh,
I don't.
man. Lucky guy. You don't have it?
Nope.
Damn, how'd you get so lucky? Did you do shrooms when you were 14?
No, I waited a bit longer.
That's what I wish I would have done.
Waited to college. Yeah, I mean, I think that's actually a good point. Is
just wait.
You're asking what can people do to minimize their odds? Is
Just
it
hey,
does make
don't take
sense to wait
psychedelics
until
when you're fucking 14.
I don't know what the right age is, and honestly, maybe you'd be fine doing it at 16 or 17, but like, I don't know why risk it.
Well, at what point does brain development finish?
Early 20s. It really depends on where you draw the end point, but yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes I wake up and I think, damn, I hope my brain's going to develop a little more.
I feel like my brain's still developing. I just turned 40.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? You're like, this can't be it. Like, this is peak intelligence. We got some work to do.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm dumb, but there's certain things
Yeah.
where I'm like, geez. Well, man, thanks so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Is there
You
anything
bet.
else you wanted to say?
What I shared I shared my
It's been
chicken burger with the
interesting
dog.
conversation.
It's a
What do you think?
smoked
What do I have
chicken
to do to get a
burger.
prescription for one of those things from you?
Oh, well, we could meet as you could become a patient of mine. I'd have to ask you a lot of stuff, like
I think
specific
my
stuff
brain
about
is
your
regressing.
background and
Well,
whatnot.
regressing's
I
a
wanna
big
try
word,
the- how do
Beeb.
you
So
say-
that's, maybe your
Lamotrigine?
brain's
I want
progressing.
to try
You know what I'm saying?
lamotrigine real bad.
Maybe
Yeah.
it's going,
I think it's
instead of
reasonable.
it's going,
You know, because I want to try. I
instead
mean,
of,
honestly, I'm at peace with the extreme visual symptoms. But if there's a way to see a clear sky again, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
Pop
yeah,
some
yeah.
magnesia,
I
my
mean,
guy. Get some ligma.
So I'd be happy to take you on as a patient if you wanted. I need to, do all the same stuff like with everybody else and get your signed consent and whatnot. But that's some paperwork we can get through.
Can we do it after this?
Channel 5 Live Worldwide, Hollywood
New
and
doctor
Live.
unlocked? All right, bet.
Channel 5 News. Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers. And 5 is the best number.
Hey, what's up, guys?
So he seemingly knew more about his condition than the doctor. But then he's like, yo, can you be my doctor after this? It seemed like from this interview, I knew way more about this than you, but can you be my doctor? Can you tap me the fuck in? He's like, sure. Got a couple paperwork and, you're all good. Should I let the dog be hungry instead? No. It's just the way you phrased it earlier, Muffin. It made it seem like you smoked with the dog, which is what we don't want to do because that's not good. But if we're giving him some TTV chicken, maybe. I'm not a dog doctor. I'm not a doctor, so I don't know. I don't know. I think my brain is regressing. I think my brain is regress. I brain think reg res brain regressing. Brain bronray rebron brain. Brian. That's what they don't tell you though. That's what they don't tell you. Brian. Don't forget about Brian. Don't forget about Brian. The dog was starving. Alright, the puppy was starving, I guess. Brian, I'm vegetable. This is so sad. This is like flowers for Algernon. But I remember watching that movie in high school, and then shortly thereafter, coincidentally, I watched the episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia based off of that, where Charlie like becomes really smart. Oh fuck, that's a great movie. Sad, but great movie. Alright, so we're in Megaton, that's right. I'm in Megaton trying to do some mega shit. Yeah, I don't know how to disarm that bitch. I am not touching that nuke. Has anybody seen my dad?
Hey there.
What's going on?
Looking to trade, stranger? Check out Craterside Supply.
I'll check out your Craterside Supply.
How are you? If you need to buy something, Moira up in Craterside Supply can help you. Watch out though, she's
Hear the
different.
thunder of his voice. Let the men, women, and children of the earth come forth to gather and behold the power of Atom.
I came to this place
Let
looking for water,
those who
but they're only
dwell
selling to
here in
residents.
his favored land attend now to the words of the prophet of Atom. Come forth and drink the waters of the glow, for this ancient weapon of war is... Who have we here? Could it be a new addition to our humble little community?
Oh my god, I haven't seen that episode.
Dear child,
It's a good episode.
Welcome to
Ah, yes, this is the
Megaton.
part I stopped at. I was like,
I
I'm
am
broke, can't get
Confessor
shit.
Crumble,
I don't know where to go.
prophet of Atom and
I'm
father
just
of
like,
the
fuck it.
undying glow.
I'm leaving.
Please, child, come to the church anytime at all. Many of the transient visitors end up at one of Megaton's seedier establishments.
What are you trying to say about my pops?
Speak to Colin Moriarty and continue your search there.
Moriarty, okay. Okay.
In each our own way, we are all lost. Where would you like to be, brother?
I did not ask for the philosophical. I'm trying to figure out, like... Yeah.
Seek out Moira at Craterside Supply. Although the true pilgrim relies on Atom to supply all that he needs.
Okay.
It saddens me to think how... Up at Moriarty's at the south end of town.
Okay.
What do you wish? In my youth, I traveled quite a bit, but that was a different life. I assume that you... The only advice that I can offer is this. You will find no wealth in the wasteland greater than that which you will find within yourself. Bask in Atom's glow, and you will understand.
Okay.
Megaton, Atom's sacred village. He has chosen this place for the site of his shrine, and we have been called. Outsiders ask us, why did you build a town around a bomb? To them I say, the bomb brings the promise of division and the gift of the glow. The bomb is us. The bomb is Atom. And thus, we are Atom, awaiting the day in which each of us gives birth to 1 trillion new lives.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Rays shower you, child.
What's happening?
Okay. What's going on?
Even afford some damn squirrels.
Behold!
Ooh, that sounds like a skill issue to me, brother.
With the clouds, and every
Do not
eye
come.
shall be blind with his
Why don't you look where you're going?
You talking to me?
Leo's a nice guy. A bit twitchy, but nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know Mug ain't talking to me like that.
Can't a man eat in peace? Go talk to Jenny or Leo if you need something.
Alright.
I suppose. Just make it quick.
Okay.
Outside of Megaton? Any place other than here sounds like heaven to me. Fuck this place.
Then
If
why are
it
you
weren't for
here?
you wasteland types coming through with your caps, I'd be out of here in a second. Assuming that I could convince Jenny and Leo.
Okay.
Moriarty pisses in his still. Crazy bastard thinks it's hilarious. Besides, you'll get your throat cut in that pit. You're much better off here. Hey, maybe I'll put that on the sign out front. The Brass Lantern. Cleaner, safer, and less likely to have piss in the drinks. Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, you have fun with that, Andy. What's going on, Squirtstain?
Well, goddamn. You're new, right? Name's Leo Stahl. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Yeah.
Why are you saying that twice?
Well, Moriarty thinks he is, but Lucas Sims is the law around here, and everyone knows it.
Okay.
Hey, I'm not much of a mudslinger. I don't like to spread stuff around, you know what I mean? Everybody has their secrets. Let's keep them that way.
Based.
No problem, buddy. Anytime. Don't mind Andy. He's just a busy guy.
Right. Okay. Damn, y'all poor shit. You ain't got nothing for me to steal. I want to steal shit.
Tamper with that and we're going to have a problem.
I was looking at it. Okay, I won't lie. I was looking at it.
Men, women, and children of the earth,
Jericho.
come forth to gather and behold the power
All right, well, fuck
of
you,
Atom.
Jericho.
Let those who dwell here in his fabled
Luxury
land
apartment.
attend now to the words of the prophet of Atom.
Oh, I didn't know I could change my. I put my hands away. Is there control for that? I can wait. Okay. Grab with a Z. Oh. I guess I just always got my hand up. Oh, that's the D down there.
Leave me alone. Someone might see us.
What?
We've got nothing to say to each other.
Why did Bill make it sound like we're secret lovers? Don't, not right now. Somebody might see us. Stop. Okay, that's the girls' bathroom. I'm not trying to go in
Is
there.
that yours?
Huh?
What's up?
Okay. Damn, Bill broke as a joke right now. Who's detecting me?
What's the big idea? You stole that!
Alright, okay, alright. I'll steal his, but I'll leave hers. But I am gonna steal from your fridge, though. Take some free cram. Anything else useful? I'm trying to rob you. Give me your goods. Go to sleep, my little angel. Shh, just go to sleep. Who the fuck? Yo, who's flicking their bean down there? heard you. I heard you. You harlot. I'm in a house of sin just trying to steal. They're down there pleasuring themselves to Satan. Cannot believe I'm in the house of a sinner. Oh, there's that kid again. How the fuck do I get up here?
You need something, Cupcake? Well, hey there, stranger.
Damn,
I'm Manya.
you are
the old
wrinkly.
coot wandering around here is my husband, Nathan. If there's anything we can
Okay.
help you with, ask me. Don't ask Nathan. He'll just blabber at you about the damned enclave all day. I can tell you just about anything you want to know, honey. Megaton's history ain't no secret. Long ago, before the war, there used to be machines. They were like buses, but they flew through the sky, taking people anywhere they wanted to go. You didn't have to walk, you just went to the air station, bought a ticket, and took to the skies. Anywhere in the world, you just up and flew there. When the war happened, the machines started dropping from the sky. Everyone around here thinks that the bomb made the crater, but it didn't. The crater provided good cover from the dust storms, and when my daddy and the rest of the town decided to build the walls, they used what they had.
Okay.
Good eye. You're right, honey. There are. There was an air station a couple of miles from here. It had been stripped of everything except the planes. My daddy got a bunch of people together to go out there, break apart the machines, and drag back what we could use. It took him a couple of months. You can't even
Damn.
tell where the air station was anymore. The wasteland just took it back. It's a hell of a lot easier than trying to find enough parts to build walls and houses from nothing. The scrap was there, why not use it? Besides, it's sturdy. It keeps the raiders and the dust storms out. Not all of us had the luck to be born in a vault, you know.
Okay, well, you ain't got to bring up my vault ancestry just like, you know, I get it, okay?
Sure thing, hon. Well, technically, no one. But you can't put two people in a room together without one of them trying to govern the other. But it depends on who you ask. Lucas Sims appointed himself the sheriff. He throws anyone out who causes too much trouble. But Colin Moriarty runs just about everything else. Not much happens here that he doesn't know about or plan.
Okay.
That man is the scum of the earth. He keeps the drunks around here soaking in liquor. And that poor Nova, that girl deserves better. And don't even get me started on how he treats Gob. Just because the boy looks dead doesn't mean that he should be treated like that.
Oh, it's
That
gonna be like a
man
little
has
ghoul
his
boy?
fingers in everything around here. Just watch what you say about him. It'll always get back.
Right, because I'm gonna tell Colin Moriarty everything you just told me right now.
That man tries to bring law to this place. Lost cause, if you ask me. But I respect his trying. He does seem to keep people in line, though. Other than that weird cowboy thing of his, I don't have much to complain about.
Hey, let us be a cowboy.
All right, then. Anything else you wanted to know?
No.
Well, you come on back anytime you want to hear more. Send Nathan home if you see him.
Sure. Oh, this is how I get up here. Okay. Billy Creel. salty schnitzel.
Come on, you piece of junk. Every day it's the same damn thing. Hey, Smoothskin, do you need something? A drink, maybe? Anything? Anything at all?
Should we be really mean? Should we say, "God, fuck, what are you?" Oh, fuck. Hey. We're new here. We haven't seen too many of them.
Haven't you ever seen a ghoul before? Well, not all of us got the chance to hole up in a nice cushy vault when the bombs fell. A bunch of us got stuck out here in the world.
What the fuck is that thing?
And got a full-on blast of heat and radiation. Turned us into a pack of walking corpses. Near as I can tell, we age slower than you. A lot slower. There were even a few ghouls that were alive during the war. Of course, with a face like ground Brahmin meat, you can imagine that folks don't take too kindly to us. Nice of you to say so. If you can't be nice, at least pretend, right? Fake it till you make it and all that. Still, though, a fake compliment is better than the usual spit in the face that I get. You're not half bad for a smooth skin.
I'll team up with the TTV ghoul.
Oh yeah, I do remember a guy like that.
W. God.
Honestly, I usually keep my head down. I tend to get smacked around if I look customers in the eyes. But talk to Moriarty, he'll know more.
Okay.
Sorry, Smoothskin. I can't take the risk. Moriarty will beat the shit out of me for even talking to you.
Dang. Well, had to try it.
What
What's up,
do you
Nova?
need? Yeah, I remember that man. I saw him talking to Moriarty. It's hard to forget handsome men like that.
Okay.
Oh, you like it rough, huh? Well, that costs extra. Beat it, kid. Go look for Daddy somewhere else.
Be careful with that.
I'm out of
This is
here,
all
you coward!
I just had to punch her in the face for talking shit about Daddy. Alright, I gotta find this Moriarty shitter. This ain't my bed.
What's shaking?
Billy!
Well, hot damn. Someone new. Always a pleasure. Name's Billy Creel. You call me
Sup,
Billy,
Billy?
all right? I know Maggie
Hey,
Town
Billy.
looks more like a boneyard than a town, but it ain't all bad. Take me and Maggie, for instance. We make do just fine. I trade the stuff I scavenge, and she helps keep me on the straight and narrow.
I'm sorry. Who's Maggie? You cheater! Nope, no cheaters. Who the fuck is Maggie?
Oh, sorry. I guess I got ahead of myself, huh? Maggie's 9. Sweetest little girl you'd ever care to meet. We take care of each other. I ain't never had a daughter, but if I did, I'd want her to be Maggie. I took her in when her parents got killed by raiders. That was 2 years ago. It was a pretty bad scene. Small settlement up north. I'd stopped in to trade some salvage, and the whole place had been wiped out.
Damn.
I found Maggie hiding under a bed, in the same room where her parents had been butchered. We've been together ever since.
Damn.
All I know is that I spent too much time out there, and beyond that, I ain't gonna talk about it.
Alright, well, fuck you, Billy.
Me? I deal with the caravan suppliers. I used to ride with those guys, so they cut me some good deals. Helps keep the town supplied. But more importantly, I take care of Maggie. Of course, she's getting a little old to have Billy looking over her shoulder all the time.
She's 9. Bill, she is 9. What's the word around town?
People have been saying that there's something wrong with the water purifier. But old Walter's been keeping that thing running for decades. I'm not worried. No reason it'd pick now to go down for good. Would it?
I don't fucking know.
Later, Gator.
See you, Billy. I'm not a TTV cheater. I just got free licks on her, okay? Oh, there's rads in that water. No one saw me take the iguana. I'm fine.
What's shaking?
Hello?
Yeah, what the hell do you want?
Hey That's there. Secure for a... Good to see you.
I'm supposed to talk to some shitter by the name of Moriarty.
Booking's free.
Colin Moriarty, at your service. Welcome to Moriarty's. My saloon, my home, my slice of heaven in this backwoods little burg. If you've got the caps, I've got your pleasure. Please sit down, make yourself comfortable. Your troubles are a thing of the past.
I don't think so.
My God, it's you. The little baby boy all grown up. Persistent little bastard, ain't you? Then and now, it would seem. It's been a long time, kid.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
do
your
I
dad
know
passed
you?
through here all right. Here and gone. Got what he came for and then left. I'm assuming you'll do the same, correct? Is that what your father told you? That you were born in that hole? That he was born there as well? Oh, the lies we tell to those we love. Your father brought you to the vault right after you were born. To keep you safe, you see. I remember it well. You stayed in my saloon after all. That's right. Your father, his Brotherhood of Steel friend, and you, the suckling babe with nary a tit to suckle.
Nary a tit to suckle.
Truly. But life goes on. Daddy lied. Life's full of little disappointments. And now you're all grown up and wondering where he's gone to.
Yeah.
Ah, I see. You know, I heard about the brainwashing that goes on down there. From some other fella, escaped. 5 years back. All hail the overseer. We're born in the vault, we die in the vault, and all that other assorted lunacy. Kid, you've got better programming than our own Deputy Weld. You'd best wise up quick. Wouldn't want anyone taking advantage of you,
Huh? Speech 44? I'm gonna roll the dice. Fuck it. Lie.
Did he? Well, our time together was brief, but that is the way of it out here. When a bond is forged, little else matters, Well, he did come through here, but he left. I'm truly sorry. But maybe you can catch up to him. He headed southeast into the city. Said he needed information from those loanies at the station. You know, Galaxy News Radio. What there is of it. Galaxy News Radio is some loudmouth radio station located in the ruins of D.C. Three Dog, the king of that loony bin, keeps yapping about fighting some good fight or something. A bunch of crap. But I suppose if you wanted to know what was going on in the wasteland, that's the place to go. Me, I could care less.
Ah, so we gotta tune into Galaxy News Radio. Read all.
The wasteland? Why the hell would you want to go out there? Listen to me, lad. Megaton has everything you could possibly need. Why go anywhere else? I own a saloon, kid. Rumors are part and parcel. So I'll give you this one for free. Not sure if you've met her, but Lucy West, that pretty young thing, she's afraid. Of what, of who, I couldn't say. But you can feel the fear on her.
Feel the fear on her. Alright.
I await our next meeting with bated breath.
You do not have to be so sarcastic, okay?
My. Just
Mr.
when I had all but given up hope. My dear boy.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm very happy to make your acquaintance. I am Mr. Burke. And you, well, you are not a resident of this putrescent cesspool. That makes you a rather valuable individual.
Okay. I find
Finally,
myself
someone with a
enthralled.
modicum of civility and common sense. I represent certain interests, and those interests view this town, this megaton, as a blight on a burgeoning urban landscape. You have no connections here, no interest in this cesspool's affairs or fate. You could assist us in erasing this little accident off the map.
Wait, why are you looking at me like that? But he's wearing sunglasses. But he's got the shitty sunglasses where I can still see that he's looking at my ass through the sunglasses, you know? Like I'm like, hey, eyes up here. No, eyes up here. Okay, I can see eyes up here. Okay, ojos aquí. All right, stop looking down there. Look up here. Like he's not even incognito with it. He's just straight up. It's like, come on, Bill. What are we doing here?
No. I'm merely a recruiter. You get to have the real fun. The undetonated atomic bomb for which this town is named is still very much alive. All it needs is a little motivation. I have in my possession a fusion pulse charge. Once rigged to the bomb, it will be detonated by you at a secure location. Easy money, my
Bill,
friend.
like your head is literally the size of a lentil right now for me. Actually, a grain of rice. Just little, actually a grain of rice. Yeah, I don't. I guess the aspect ratio of the game and the thing is making it like, in my perspective, I'm on the right and then there's like a black bar behind me or like below me, but the game's like over here to the left, you know. Shouldn't be too terrible. Should we be Dark Bill and blow up Megaton? Should we be Dark Bill and blow up Megaton? That would be kind of crazy. I think I'm gonna say there's no way. Cause I mean I don't really have a beef with this place. Like I'm not really trying to blow this bitch up, you know. I'm like, yeah, I won't blow this bitch up. Megaton, okay. Megaton is the city that we're in right now. The center of this city and the whole name of it is there's an undetonated nuke at the center of it. So there's a crater and then a nuke at the bottom of it. And then however long ago people are like, hey, let's go get some scraps from the nearby like airfield scrapyard. And then they just built up a wall and then eventually a little city. But at the center of it where we were is a fucking nuke. Yeah. So this dude is saying he's, I guess, some shitty fucking like land shark tycoon. And he's saying that this city is a blight on like the area and basically wants us to blow up the city so that he can do whatever fucking project construction thing that he wants to do. But I don't really have a beef with these people, nor do I really have a reason to like want to nuke them, you know what I'm saying? And I only have a 33% chance of him actually throwing in an extra 500 caps. So I don't think I want to smoke him. I don't think I want to smoke him.
Sims is an idiot. He prides himself on his position as mayor and sheriff of this scrapyard.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, you're gonna blow little Granny up? No.
I advise you against that particular course of action. If you interfere with my employer's wishes, you will find he can be quite disagreeable. Now that is a disappointment. Well, if you change your mind, the offer still stands. Good day.
A traveler, eh?
Oh my God!
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh! 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 Oh!
I think I'm okay with that, honestly. I don't think I wanted to blow this place up, but at the same time, I don't want to waste. Okay, so nobody cared that I fought him, so I'm gonna just like keep him close range and then spleam him. Cause he's got a silence 10 mil, which is sexy. So that's what we'll do. I'll just bum rush him with a fucking bat. I'll just spleam his splom with a fucking bat. Cause nobody gave a fuck that we fought, so I'll just kill him before he has a chance to get up.
Oh my God! So, you're a masochist! It's a fact! I just had this suit tailored!
Just like that, baby.
Good riddance.
Didn't waste any ammo. And I get your pistol. And I get your ammo. Honestly, I'm gonna take your glasses. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna fleece him. I'm gonna fleece him, sell his shit. So now we got a silence 10 mil. And we saved all of our ammo. In poor condition, you do more damage if repaired. You can repair the item in your pit boiler by visiting a vendor. To repair yourself, you need to use parts from a similar weapon. Oh shit. So what? I could probably repair it with the... How do I repair? Yeah, I don't think I was ever going to spleam their splom, so I don't feel too bad about it. I don't think I was going to nuke this place, so I don't feel bad about smoking that guy.
Hell of a day, isn't it? This better be important. I'm a busy man.
Yeah, just smoke this dude. You want to, like, nuke this whole place. I guess we'll save the place or whatever.
not supposed to talk to strangers. Dad usually doesn't like when I talk to strangers. My dad, of course. He teaches me to shoot and about the law and keeping people safe. When he's not busy protecting the town, that is. I couldn't tell you, really. I'd talk to Manya if you cared that much. Sorry.
I don't care.
Is that yours?
No. But it could have been.
Hey,
What's up, Moira?
I hear you're that stray from the vault. Oh, I haven't seen one of you for years.
I hate your
Good
voice.
to meet you. I'm Moira Brown. I run Craterside Supply. But what I really do is mostly tinkering and research. Say, I'm working on a book about the wasteland. It'd be great to have the foreword by a vault dweller. Great! Just tell me what it's like to live underground all your life, or to come outside for the first time, or whatever strikes your fancy.
Bow before my glory. There's paradise.
A runaway dad, huh? I've seen plenty of them before, but none with the big 101 on their back. Good luck finding him. Maybe the armored vault suit will help you out there, huh? That'll be good for the book. In fact, want to help me with the research? I can pay you, and it'll be fun.
She sounds like the girl from the show, but enthusiastic. What girl from what show?
Well, it's a dangerous place out there in the wastes, right? People
Right.
could really use a compilation of good advice, like a wasteland survival guide.
Ah.
For that, I need an assistant to test
Hear
my
that.
theories. I wouldn't want anyone to get hurt because of a mistake. Nobody's ever happy when that happens.
Yeah, no shit, Moira.
Then they just yell a lot at me with mean words.
I want to yell at you a lot right now with mean words.
Good enthusiasm.
Do you see McLean?
Dangers. Things like
Just
where
more
it is and
enthusiastic.
isn't safe to find food.
Yeah, more
the dangers
like
of
Wisconsin,
radiation,
Canadian,
how to
and
avoid
more
and eat and profit
enthusiastic.
from
Yeah.
dangerous landmines. Ooh, sounds like fun, doesn't it? Which do you want to do first?
All right.
Well, food and medicine. Everyone needs them once in a while, right? So they need a good place to find them. There's an old super-duper mart not far from here. I need to know if a place like that still has any food or medicine left in it. Hopefully, you'll be finding food and medicine, but I could sweeten the deal by paying more food when you get back, regardless of the results.
Okay.
While you're away, I can at least search through my junk and see if there's anything that'll go with old food to make it more appetizing.
Okay.
Oh, great! Food is most important, but see if you can get medicine too. And if there's nothing to find, then just come back in one piece, okay?
Okay, bud.
Sure thing.
Okay, let me sell. I have an armored vault suit? Oh, I did not know that. Yeah, you can have this pre-war thing. And this pre-war thing. And that pre-war thing. I got vault security armor. Interesting. Vault security helmet. What was the other one? Armored vault jumpsuit. Okay. It's 15. Also it's 15. Stimmies? Nope. I'm broke.
Good
as a
hunting.
joke.
If you've got the caps, I've got the skill.
Damn. Ooh, okay. Beef those brass knuckles up. Thanks, Moira.
Come back soon.
Okay. Oh yeah, now I'm ready to kick some dick. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh yeah, I'm too OP now. Yeah, it's a super duper marts right down that way.
Take it up with someone else.
Got my eye on you. Don't do anything stupid. Good luck. Careful around that bomb.
You know what? I smoked a guy that wanted to explode that bomb and wipe out your whole existence. So a little bit of thank you would be nice, Lucas. Just saying. A little thank you would go a long way. Just saying.
Thirsty, partner? Try. Have yourself a nice visit, partner.
Can you help me?
Mickey?
I need water. Purified water. Oh, please. If you find some, please.
You sound like a lost cause, Mickey.
Welcome to
All right. On to the super duper mart. Some fuck shit I probably don't want to fuck with. Okay, and too late because it already wants to fuck with me. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. I was hoping to hit that fly at least once. Ugh. Oh, rads. Oh, hell no. I'm gonna beat the fuck out of this thing with my hands. Come here, Rufus. Bad Rufus. I knew there was gonna be some fuck shit. Bro, why are these trash cans so fat? Why are they so... Why are these such chody dumpsters? Could probably use some darts. Definitely busting out the old 10mm schmeater. Okay. Not the biggest fan of that. Oh shit, I remember this. Oh, fuck yeah. So it's find food and then find medicine, right? Optionally find medicine. Son of a bill. We're just leaving around energy pistols and bottle cap mines.
I'm gonna tear you up. It's
Laser face.
you're dead.
Nobody heard that? It's only DR8. Oh, I don't even have my... Bro, I don't even have armor on. Oh my god. I'm a fucking Omega Brain. I don't even have armor on right now. Bruh. I'm just fucking shirtless. What if a dumpster came up to you and started fat shaming you for no reason? I wasn't fat shaming it. I said it looked like a chode. Okay? Alright, I'm not fat shaming. I'm shape shaming. Okay? I'm sorry, do I identify as a chody trash can? Because if so, pop off, queen. Alright? Shit. I just, you know, I'm not well acquainted with those, you know. I haven't really seen too many of those. It threw me back a little bit, you know. Threw me back a little bit like some ass, you know what I'm saying? Alright, well, I was able to spleen that dude's splum and nobody seemingly gave a fuck, so... Cool. Cool. I thought for surely we'd be made, but... Guess not. shit. I'm just eating shots right now. Shoddy is good at what she does. But I'm better. I am better. Ooh. Ooh. I broke the game. God damn it. Well, shit. Good thing we saved before this. Absolutely spleamed her splum though. I mean, I can't even hold you. That was kind of wicked. The same thing. Nope, it's different, Bill. It's different, Bill. There's a difference. Nope, it's different. I was admiring the remarkable girthiness of that trash can. You know, wasn't shaming it. I was just acknowledging its girth. You know, just doing a little girth check. You know what I'm saying? Cheers, everybody. Going on this TGB. Okay, so we know there's shoddy down the way. I mean, maybe the laser thing is quieter.
Get back, you monkeys. I got first call on the goods.
Shoddy's up there, okay. Oh, she could definitely see us.
Get back, you monkeys. I got first call on the goods. You know, I almost feel sorry for them.
No way. Is this shit really actually? don't like how that person's there and they won't seem to go away. I want to check Shoddy's body, but I can't do a Shoddy body check because, you know, got too many ops on me. Ah, shit.
You got what you deserve, dumbass.
Oh, is that what you're saying to yourself? That was so dirty. That was bad. Ooh, the Schmixteen. You know, I'll take their armor just so I can flip it. Do a quick little armor flip. But it does seem like laser pistol is more quiet, which is interesting. And that does 16. I bet. I'll come back there. They Nuka Cola and Quantum in here? What the hell? Fuck it, I'll take 2 rads for plus 10 health. Is homie just checking the bathrooms? Was he on bathroom watch? And then he heard me and he's like, what the hell? Ooh, pack of cigs might be worth something. Oh, I didn't think I would drink out of the toilet. I thought I'd flush the toilet. Why the fuck would I just drink out of an irradiated toilet? Oh my god. Plus 18 rads. I deserve every second of that. That was just stupid. I cannot, but not even sink water. I drank toilet water. What am I, a fucking Labrador? Unbelievable. Ooh, carton of cigs. That's gonna be money. The fuck? You know what? I'm not even gonna question it. I'm just gonna steal from it. Okay, so homie was just checking. He was just holding down the bathrooms, I guess. Ew, this dude just drank toilet water. Somebody come get this guy. He's like really stinky. So Shoddy's got a subby. Chinese pistol does 2 damage? Oh, I'm selling that bitch. Okay, so I took out, what, 2 so far? Let's go back on this side, see if we got anybody on this side. Oh gosh, I did not know there was somebody over there. Oh gosh. That was a bad idea. Oh. Okay. Okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. Wait, you're not supposed to drink toilet water? Grody! I've been drinking it my whole life. I think in this case it's bad because of Apocalypse. I think it's bad because there's bad stuff in the water, not bad that we drink from the toilet, you know what I'm saying? Maybe it's a bad water, not technique.
Time to tear you apart! Kick ass!
I just missed every single shot. That was... Oh. Well, that worked. Okay, this energy gun fucks. I'm gonna need to stop using this mug because this thing fucks. Let me start using the 10 mil subby. No, I'm gonna hit the savey poo right now because we just smoked them. Absolutely pork smoky linked them right there. I think they're the last person. No. Okay. Wasn't, you know, that's what stim packs are for. That's what stimmies are for. Come here. That's what stimmies are for. Ooh, 10 mil, thank you. Ooh, 15 on that spike armor. So, energy weapon is smoke. I didn't realize that, so I'm gonna buff a few points into energy. Energy smokes. Definitely dumping the repair, small guns. Let's see. Let's get sneak up a little bit. I think I'll just double down on gunnet too, honestly. Yeah, I'm gonna double down on gunnet. Fuck it. Oh, weighs 15. That's what it is. Ah, that one's 8 and that one's 6, but it weighs that much. Guess I got some money to come back with. Oh, they had a shotgun? Oh, fuck yeah. Damn. Just have all this ammo and shit out, just chilling. I mean, I'll take it. I ain't complaining. Yeah, I know how to fucking do this. Yeah, close. Light work. Bro, we are smoking on that fucking 10 mil. Checking key answers that password. If your science skill is high enough, you can attempt to hack the terminal. Increase power and if you guess it incorrect, you will show any letters to match correct word. You have 4 tries to get correct and each of them are remaining. Adjustment to the password. You can exit hack anytime and try again. Okay. Meaning? Damn. Well, shit. So he's got a shotgun. I'm gonna say, how am I not hitting him in the head? Okay. And we level up. Yep. So, barter, energy. Small guns, sneak, speech, science. Fuck it, with 38 on that. Oh, no. Damn. I'll take a steam gauge assembly. Fuck it. Me leaving, denying, letting. God, I suck at hacking. Okay, I fucked this one up. You're gonna get this, Bill. Thank you. Knew it. Definitely gonna save now.
We're back. Somebody open up the... Hang on. Something ain't right here.
I'm not spooked. Who? That robot talking to me like that? So I'm just gonna go investigate over here real quick. Ooh. So I have the super duper pharmacy key now. Okay. Oh my god, there's still somebody alive? Where the fuck did they come from? I've smoked everybody in here and they're still up there? Who the fuck? Alright, well that'll be a light smoke. Maybe they were the person talking earlier. I'm gonna say, I thought my ammo looked a lot lighter. I was just looking in the box, wasn't taking it. There's more people out? Okay, no, these people definitely came out now because of this. What the fuck? Ooh, definitely need those radaways. Don't really need to go. Ooh, Nuka-Cola, Quantum. Let's go. Oh, fuck yeah. Got a mini nuke. Oh, I'm fat now. I get 30. I don't know what's gonna happen when I open this, so we shall find out together. Yes. Oh my god. This thing might freak out and try and kill him.
Personality. Robco. R04. V9. Office helper. Running default office protocol. Error. office employee. Please present your valid ID. Scanning for office ID. ID accepted. Have a nice day.
Oh, Protectron's gonna go out there and clap them. Protectron's gonna go out there and clap them. Well, come on, Protectron, get to it, chop chop.
Hold it right there. Warning. Hostiles in area. Do not attempt to flee. Justice will be.
Oh, quite a few 10 minutes. Okay. Oh, she got smoked.
Hostile. Target identified. Warning. Repair
What?
urgently required.
I hope he didn't turn on me.
Engaging hostile. Target.
Oh, he turned on me. You were supposed to fight them, Protectron, not me.
Cooperation is responsible failures.
You were supposed to scrap them, not me, bro. What's just scrap metal roof? Oh, not that was shit. Okay. Well, I definitely need some aid here. I only have 11 caps to my name. Well, I'm definitely changing that after this trip. Oh no, I didn't mean to drop that. Right away is gonna be integral. Oh yeah, I was not grabbing the ammo. Damn, I got a lot of ammo now. Oh my god. Dropped them like a bag of rocks. Oh, yeah. Oh, 2 TTV. 2 TTV high calorie. Damn, that's 201. What the fuck? Oh my god. Immediately. Immediately disposed of. Jesus, Murphy. Raider ass blaster armor? Oh, it ain't worth shit. I heard spleem and sploms. I've been day trading for fun recently. It's basically like gambling, but it's productive gambling. Yeah, I don't know what day trading means, Beeb, so I mean, it's, you know. It's one of those things where it's a word that I've heard. No fucking clue what it means. Anybody else want a slice? I didn't think so. Is that the dude I spleamed? Oh, no, it's possible he was right here. I thought he was up front more. Yeah, it's possible that was him when he spleamed off right there. Man, fuck this grocery store. Ain't got shit for me neither. Whew. I don't know how the fuck I just got away from that, but we did. Ah, tee ha. And away we go. Buy thick ass, chode ass dumpsters. Look at you wide, big back ass, chode ass dumpsters. Shit, you're wider than you are tall, too. It's okay. Is it okay, Beebs? Is it? I don't think so. I have so much shit to sell to these people. Oh my god. I got so much shit on me. And then I got shit to combine to make shit more powerful. Got more shit to sell on me. I just, on the, you know what I'm saying? Just straight, you know? Straight, you know? We'll explore over there. It's a dart. Sorry, Squirt. Still no water. Water ain't gonna help you if you're dying, Chief. You need more than some H2O. Where's that shotty at? Oh shit. Yeah, wait a couple hours. Hey, Moira.
So, how's the scabbing been? Got the food medicine from that soup?
Yep. Ooh. So I could be a bad guy and lie and say there was nothing, or I could be a good guy and say it wasn't easy, but I got the food. Should I be a good guy and say that we got food and medicine, or should I just keep it for myself? I mean, I have a 60% chance of lying to Shadi and she believes me. But don't want to be that kind of guy is the question, though. Do I want to look Moira in her soulless, creepy, dead eyes and lie to her face? Well, see, that's the thing, is I don't know if I get to keep the stuff that I've collected, or because she said she'd give me shit regardless, no matter what I found. So I don't know if that means I have to give her some of the stuff that I found. Like, yeah, here's some medicine and food and stuff. You know what? I'm not gonna set my foot in the apocalypse starting off being a liar. It wasn't easy, but I got food.
Really? You did? You did? Well, all right. Tell me all about it.
Hella Raiders.
Whoa, really? Raiders and robots? I guess I wasn't the only one to think about checking those stores.
I
Looks
guess
like
not,
you gotta
Moira.
be careful looting them.
Guess so.
Well, keep what you got. Just traded for a big food shipment myself. Here, take a bit. My treat. Tastes kinda grates after a while. Oh, and take this. It's an old food sanitizer. Just carry it with you, and it should automatically make most food and drink, better.
Okay. Oh, I don't think she took my food. I don't think she took the shit that we found.
I still need to study a living specimen with radiation poisoning.
Isn't there
I
a
need
fucking
someone to
ghoul over there?
research how to travel through a minefield. And that'll cover the first section of the book. Which strikes your fancy?
Oh, let's go radiation.
Well, that's what I need your help for, isn't it? I know lots about it from books, but I never seem to get a live example. Not for long, anyway. So I need you to get a bit of radiation poisoning, so I can study its effects. Oh, not a deadly dose, of course.
Sure wants me to get
I can
sick.
fix you up before that.
Yeah, fuck it.
Oh,
That's good.
you're
It
a
might
peach.
benefit you to be good
Or
on her
at
good
least
side.
some sort of
Possibly.
hardy fruit that grows in the
I
savagely
fuck with
irradiated
my
mockery of
Moira.
agriculture we have nowadays. Now, 200 rads should be enough for basic sickness. But if you can get 600 or more rads, my test will be even more accurate. Just make sure you can get back here, and I'll see to it that you're well taken care of.
Okay.
What do you need?
Yo, I got some shit to sell, bro. Okay. Let me. Let's go. Weapons. Yeah, I'll just combine those, make a better one. Chinese pistol, I'll definitely sell that. Find lasers, I'll sell a baton. Yeah, I don't think she touched my stuff. Bells. Oh yeah, pack of cigs. Oh, those carton of cigarettes, yes sir. Taking all the bitches' cabs.
Good hunting. Unless it's a steaming pile.
Okay. So I can increase that by 25%. That by 19. That one by 24. That one by 29. But that would do +3. Interesting. That might be worth it. $197. Get to 39. That'd be 5 damage. I thought I need multiples of one.
Try not to die.
Collected all that shit and I'm still broke. I don't need 2 pairs of brass knuckles. I guess I can just sell this.
Don't try anything.
Nope, lost them.
Hey, be more careful. Leave me out of that girl's crazy experiments. I don't get paid enough for that.
Whatever.
Been busy testing?
Lucy.
I don't recognize you. New in town or something?
Are kind of fine, Lucy.
I hope by something to do you mean a job. Otherwise you want to talk with Nova. I'm looking for someone to make a delivery. Interested? Great. I'd like you to deliver this message to my family in the Arafu settlement. I haven't heard from them in months, and as soon as you get there, talk to Davis West. He'll be glad to pay you for the trip.
Okay.
Sure. Be glad to, since you're doing me a big favor and all. Arafu is northwest of Megaton, on an old overpass over the Potomac. If you follow what's left of the river, you can't miss it. What? Apart from the wasteland critters, slaver raiding parties, raider hit squads, and occasional landmine? No, it's completely safe. If this was easy, I'd go myself, you know. Hey, thanks.
Well, all that sarcasm doesn't make me really feel like you're that appreciative, Shoddy. You're kind of hitting me with a lot of sarcasm, and it doesn't make me feel like you really appreciate it all that much. Yeah, this saloon I could sell some shit at. I got some shit to sell. Hey there.
Yes?
Welcomed them. Oh, man. I'm glad to see you. A place called Underworld. It's a ghoul city down in D.C. I set off up here to find adventure and fortune. And, well, I found this place.
Oh,
I'm
good
sort of
job.
stuck here. Colin says that I can't leave until I pay off my debt to him. Of course, he charges me room and board, too. If you ever get to Underworld, tell Carol that I said hi.
Okay.
Don't hit me.
I wasn't gonna hit you, Gob. Chill, bro.
Gotta listen. I'm working right now, so make. Who, Gob? Well, if you can get past how he looks, he's a sweetheart. Colin's awfully hard on him, though.
Why is Moriarty so hard?
Well,
on
the
him?
miserable bastard is hard on all of us, but Gob gets it the worst.
Just
I guess
he's
just because
different.
he's different, you know?
Yeah.
Sure thing, baby. What did you have on your mind? It takes you renting a room. Sleep in it or don't. I don't care. I get paid either way.
Oh. I thought I meant hire her, like, have her
Take
companion.
care of yourself.
I love how this dude's still just dead here. I thought it was, like, more like a companion kind of thing. Also, do you guys not sell shit? Is Moira the only
Making a
person
move?
here?
Ah, look. Another one of you wasteland assholes. Look here, asshole. I don't like you. Stay clear of me and we'll have no trouble. There ain't much to tell. I used to live out in the wastes. I was a real bastard back then. But I've put all that behind me.
Oh, have you?
What? Back out where? I left all that behind me. There's nothing but bullshit out there. Killing, stealing, violence. I'm not that guy anymore.
Seems like you're still that guy.
You know, I do miss it sometimes. It's a life of
I'm a
freedom,
different
you know?
man. You know,
But come
I
on,
do miss
I'm
it
a washed-up
sometimes.
old raider. What crew is gonna take me on? These kids don't know nothing about respect.
Oh.
No offense, kid, but you're not exactly the type I'm used to running with. I've heard about you. A little goody two-shoes out of the vault. I don't think our styles would really mesh. Nah, it ain't so bad here. I got some good memories, but that's all I got. No sense in ruining the good ones, you know?
Alright.
No offense, kid, but you're... I've heard about... Nah.
Too high to acquire this follower. Oh, so I gotta be more scummy.
Come back if you need something.
I ain't gonna come back ever again. I don't know ya. Damn, so Moira's the only one here that has money? Everyone else is poor? Oh no, the tavern place.
I really hope you're not thinking of breaking into there.
No, I was just looking at it as I walked by. Yo,
Hey,
yo.
how's it going? Sure thing.
Okay. up laser pistols. Fuck it. And I'm not gonna pay for a stim pack. I got plenty. I got plenty of stimmies.
Come back anytime. Talk to you later, buddy.
No, you won't. Just getting these rads is really chooching. I knew it would tell me. So we're at 240. Oh, we're chooching right now. Or 10, okay.
Behold, he is coming with the clouds. And every eye shall be blind with his glory. Every ear shall be stricken deaf to hear the thunder of his voice. Let the men, women, and children of the earth come forth to gather and behold the power of Atom. Let those who dwell here in his favored land attend now to the words of the prophet of Atom.
601. I'm feeling sicky poos. I'm feeling icky. Icky to my tummy. Gimme medicine. I need medicine now. Gimme, 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 gimme.
Oh, feeling a bit under the weather? Or a bit over the Geiger counter? I can tell you're positively glowing. Now, just hold on and try not to move. Tell me how it feels, and I'll get you fixed right up.
Okay.
You're a mighty lucky one, you know that? At this state, most people'd have trouble standing up, much less walking over here.
Bruh.
Now, let me take a few notes, and I'll handle that nasty radiation with a bit of my own homemade rad cure concoction.
Okay.
I've never had a chance to test it out on someone so heavily dosed, but
Well, that
I'm
makes sense.
sure it'll work out fine.
I'm sure it will.
Isn't it? Okay, a little Brahmin milk, a couple magnets, and maybe a few happy thoughts. Well, you're alive! Oh, that's the good news. But there was a little side effect. A teeny tiny, mutation. But it seems to be benign, at least. Here, take a few radiation chems as my little way of saying, I'm sorry I twisted your DNA like a kitten with a ball of yarn.
Now, when you suffer from advanced radiation poisoning, Crippled limbs automatically regenerate. No shit. Rad regen perk. I mean, it's not like I'm going to be suffering from advanced rad poisoning, but that's cool.
Landmines are one of the few dangers out there that you can profit from. Disarm one before it blows, and you can sell it for plenty of caps. I've heard stories about a ghost town that's just full of mines. Traders just call the place Minefield.
I wonder why.
Sounds like the place for some field work. Get in there, get back, and tell me all about it. And could you bring back a mine for my studies?
Sure.
Oh, don't worry. No one ever goes there because they say it's a ghost town. And since ghosts don't exist, you can just focus on the landmines. I hear there's a playground in the middle of town. Reach that point and come back, and I'm sure you'll have some stories to tell.
Okay.
Do I ever? I've got the schematics for something called a rocket launcher. I sell all the components too, so you can make the weapon yourself. Don't worry about ammo. This baby shoots all the junk you might find out there in the wasteland. Ashtrays, teddy bears, you name it. In fact, if you ever need to make any custom weapons, feel free to use my workbench here in the shop. All you need is the schematics and parts. Absolutely.
Oh, she's got more caps now. Okay. Honestly, fuck the 32 mil pistol. Ooh, is that? Give me that 10 mil.
Good hunting.
Good hunting.
Come back soon.
Right, maybe.
How are those hot little potatoes? Because, anyway. It's not just because they say the place is ghost. If you've got the...
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Come back soon.
Yeah. Boy, don't tell me what to do. Okay, that's... Radiation at 0. Good. Good. Let me sell this other shit.
How are those hot little potatoes? It's... Sure. Good hunting.
Okay.
Remember, I'll buy whatever you're...
I got my eye on you.
Okay, cool. Also, how's my gun not there anymore? Whatever. Alright. I think we're going to put a pin in it here, ladies and gentlemen. Light little 447, nothing too crazy. Almost light little 5-piece. if I'm not mistaken, I think this will be the first stream that we've done on YouTube that doesn't get either copyright struck or into the Shadow Realm. Because I think we have like 2 other streams, but I think they may or may not had some copyright issues. I know last night's stream got that one got sent to the Shadow Realm. But this might be, I think, our first unfucked with actual whole full stream on YouTube. So, day 463 finally made a whole no issues episode or streamy poo on YouTube. So, hey, we're breaking ground, Bill. We're breaking ground. Oh, yeah, Beebs, we're calling it. It's 5 in the morning. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. But we'll be here tomorrow night as well. And then we'll be back Friday. We'll be back Friday on Twitch. But yeah, tomorrow night. So one more YouTube streamy poo. And then we'll be back on Twitch and doing a show on Twitch. So I appreciate y'all for being tapped in. You know what I'm saying? Y'all the real ones for being in the YouTube. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you, Beebs. Shout out TTV Muffin. Shout out TTV Pizza. Hey, I hope you have a great rest of your day, Beebs. All right? Do whatever the British things you need to do that, you know, don't have any linky poos or anything, but, you know, go check out the sponsor. Y'all mugs are already in the Discord, so you already know. But, yeah, I appreciate y'all, and we'll be live and alive tomorrow for day 464. So I will see y'all then. Peace.